Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, December the 6th, 2022. It is 9:32 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Board of Los Angeles Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche to join us shortly. Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending today's meeting. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for the maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kalanche, Mr. T-Fank, Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney. As I do, I may begin my briefing today with COVID-19 update. We saw an increase this last week, much as the county has after 18-week, week after week series of declining numbers and new COVID cases. We had 77 additional COVID cases this past week. That's more than double the reported number last week, the previous week, which was 36. The bulk of these 77 new cases are made up within our sworn personnel, 58 of the 77. Of the 77 new cases, 58 of them were of individuals that have been fully vaccinated. That's 75%. With these increased numbers and the week-to-week increased numbers, we've seen an increase in the number of officers and personnel that are at home recovering from COVID. That number now stands at 162. That's a 70% increase. It was last week, that number was 95. I'm grateful to see officers, personnel continue to return to work. We had 8 additional individuals return back to work full duty as a result of recovering from COVID. We have 15 long haul cases and regarding COVID, and I'm again grateful that there are no current hospitalizations from the current outbreak or increase in the COVID virus and its infections of our personnel. These numbers that of personnel that are assigned to home, we continue to see, again, no hospitalizations, and also the average is a 9 to 10 day absence from the workplace for them to recover and be back in a full duty and at work capacity. As I do each week, I'm going to talk about some of the events that we either attended or participated in. Last Tuesday, I attended a joint multi-agency task force, the announcement of such a creation of the task force with the Los Angeles District Attorney Gascon, as well as our LA Unified School District Superintendent, Barbara Ferreira from LA County Health, a number of other police agencies, as well as advocates and individuals attempting to provide victim services, as well as those that services attempting to assist people who are involved in drug use and abuse and drug dependency. This is in a direct relationship to the increase in the fentanyl threat that we're seeing in its expansion across this region, not only in the proliferation in the sense of fake or counterfeit prescription pills, where 4 out of 10 of those counterfeit pills now contain, by our survey and sampling, a fatal amount of fentanyl. But the instances of death that we're also seeing in other drug users with other drug such as heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamines. This public health epidemic that we face with this outflow of fentanyl and its ready availability across all of our communities is causing this multi-agency task force to come together and to ensure that all of our collective efforts, individually as well as collectively, in regards to our approach of education, awareness, and enforcement, are fully geared towards improving our effectiveness in countering this proliferation of this drug and its terrible impact it's having on our communities across Los Angeles. As been previously reported, the impact of fentanyl and the deaths resulting from its use impacts every economic group, every part of our society, including our very young. And this task force, I look forward to us being a member of a shared responsibility of us striving to identify both existing as well as new strategies that can prove effective in countering this challenge before us. This past Thursday, I participated in yet another community safety partnership town hall meeting. This time, it was in the San Fernando Gardens in the eastern part of San Fernando Valley. Councilmember Monica Rodriguez participated in that meeting as well. I enjoyed a more than hour and a half session of questions and answers and dialogue with communities within the San Fernando Gardens as part of our community safety partnership effort or initiative there. Also joined by a number of other city agencies, such as our 311 providers, as well as our Mayor's Crisis Response Team, our grid providers, and others, to both inform the community as to efforts and steps to improve safety and build the community cohesion and a brighter future for that community, but also to hear concerns and the needs that that community has from the respective agencies. This past Saturday, I then moved over to our gun buyback. It was our 13th annual gun buyback. This is held in conjunction with support from the mayor's office, the Gang Reduction Youth Development office there. And it resulted in an increase of nearly 70% as far as the number of guns that were given or submitted as compared to our previous gun buyback, which was in March of this year. It's one of the largest turnouts we've seen since 2018. And it also was resulted in the record number of ghost guns recovered in a gun buyback. The firearms recovered were 138 rifles, 80 shotguns, 168 pistols, 13 assault weapons, 21 machine guns, 38 ghost guns. So more than 450 weapons that are now going to be destroyed and no longer pose a threat to the safety of our community. I am thankful for every community member who anonymously provided. I was at both locations, spoke with a number of individuals who stepped forward to donate or to provide these guns. They were given a small stipend for their effort, and to a person, they all remarked how these guns were a nuisance and posed a risk to their safety, and they were grateful for the department and for the mayor's office support in allowing for that mechanism to allow them to safely dispose of those weapons. To the public, I want to just comment that while those gun buybacks will continue, that anyone who has a weapon, a firearm, that no longer believe that they can safely store or has no longer serves a purpose for them, that they can surrender those weapons at any police station. What we ask is that they not bring those weapons into the station itself, that they transport them unloaded in a trunk of their vehicle, that they go to the nearby police station and talk with the officers there, advise them that they wish to surrender the weapon, and the officer will take it from there and will take the weapon and will ensure that it's destroyed and it's no longer a threat or concern for that community member. Of course, these gun buybacks bring that added attention. There's an added incentive with a small financial token, but we want to stress that people who feel that they can no longer safeguard those weapons and rightfully protect them from others or even an accident in the home itself, that the department will take custody of those and destroy them. Next matter I wanted to talk about was an officer-involved shooting involving an animal that occurred in the 77th area, and this was on the 29th of November. In that event, the 77th area, about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 77th Area Plainclothes Narcotic Enforcement Detail, as well as gang enforcement detail personnel were serving a search warrant for an illegal cannabis cultivation at an abandoned tile warehouse located in the 600 block of South Manchester. As teams of officers were conducting and searching, as teams of officers were searching the exterior courtyard of the location, they encountered an open door to the rear of the business and could hear dogs inside barking. Moments later, 2 Rottweilers ran out the door growling and quickly charged towards the team of officers who were stacked up in a confined area. In an effort to protect himself and others, one of the officers discharged his firearm, striking both animals with gunfire. The dogs retreated to a corner of the property and were later contained by a representative from the Department of Animal Care and Control. The dogs were ultimately transported from the scene to a local animal shelter where they're currently receiving medical treatment. The business was unoccupied at the time of the incident, and the owners of the dogs have yet to be determined. 77th Area Narcotic Enforcement Detail personnel eventually completed the service of their search warrant and recovered a large quantity of cannabis plants that were growing inside the premise. Fortunately, no officers or anyone else was injured during this incident, and detectives from the Force Investigation Division responded to the scene and will be investigating this animal shooting. The other matter I want to report on is tragically, just 2 nights ago, we had a collision, which we believe was a purposeful act by a motorist striking officers in the southwest area. So on the 4th of December at approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon, uniformed Southwest gang officers were in the area of Buckingham Road and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. While they were en route to a call, they observed a dark sedan following their vehicle at a close distance. As officers drove east on Coliseum towards Martin Luther King Boulevard, the other vehicle moved eastbound on Santa Rosalia from Nicollet. The officers negotiated a southbound turn onto Hillcrest Drive away from Martin Luther King and observed that same car, now northbound on Hillcrest, heading towards them directly in their lane of traffic. The suspect's vehicle accelerated towards the police vehicle. In an effort to avoid a head-on collision, officers attempted to conduct a left-hand turn into an alley. As the officer conducted the turn, the suspect's vehicle drove back into the northbound alley and straight towards the police vehicle. The suspect's vehicle struck the passenger side, resulting in a horrific collision. The driver of the suspect's vehicle, which was a 2007 Nissan Altima, exited the vehicle and remained at scene where he was taken into custody. Both officers sustained injuries and were transported to a nearby hospital. The driver was treated for complaint of injuries and unfortunately was able to be released from the hospital without further treatment there. However, his partner sustained multiple injuries, including multiple fractures to his pelvis. He was admitted and underwent surgery yesterday to help repair his injuries. I'm grateful that I spoke with him yesterday morning, and I'm grateful that the surgery, as I understand it, went well. He still has a long road to recovery, but it is our hope that he will fully recover from these injuries. Robbery homicide detectives responded to conduct this investigation, and they interviewed the arrestee, who was later identified as Jose Nicolas Lopez. Mr. Lopez admitted to have been drinking earlier in the day, and that he was on his way home when he saw the police vehicle. Mr. Lopez's account is that he claimed the police vehicle was quickly approaching him, and that he turned his car in an effort to get out of the way. And as he turned the car, he collided with the police vehicle. He denied intentionally colliding with the officers, and he blamed the incident on the fact that he had been drinking alcohol earlier in the day. Video obtained from a building adjacent to where this collision occurred depicts the officers traveling southbound on Hillcrest with their emergency vehicle lights activated. The suspect's vehicle, the officer's vehicle slowed as the Nissan Altima drove rapidly northbound in the wrong lanes of traffic. The police vehicle attempted to negotiate a left turn into an alley when it appears that the Nissan appeared to accelerate and drive directly towards the police vehicle. The Nissan crossed back into the northbound lanes and collided with the passenger side of the vehicle. Based on the observations from the video, as well as the statements of the officers involved, detectives' opined that the collision was intentional. Mr. Lopez was booked for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. Given the severity of this collision and its resulting injuries to the officers involved, our major collision investigation team responded and will be assisting in the documentation of the scene. This case will be presented to the district attorney's office for criminal filings involving Mr. Lopez's actions. Moving to my next subject regarding the status of crime, I'm happy to report that we continue to see a reduction in the overall rate of increase on violent crime as well as overall crime. This closing of this last Saturday, we've now had a 3.5% reduction in homicides. That's 13 fewer homicides than the year before. That's 354 versus 367. Our violent crime rate also was reduced to a 1.6% increase. Last week, that number was a 2.2% increase. Overall part one crime now stands at an increase of 7.1%. That again is a reduction from the previous week report of 7.4%. Challenges that remain, while we've seen a reduction in victims shot as well as our shooting victims and a slowing in regards to the rate of robberies, and now aggravated assaults are in the negative column. Challenges within our burglaries, motor vehicle thefts, and other thefts continue to be a challenge for us. I'm proud of the work that our officers are working each day with our businesses as well as our community members and other stakeholders to improve their efforts to counter this with better prevention as well as detection of those that are involved in these acts of property crime. In regards to officer-involved shootings, there have been no change beyond the canine shooting that I spoke about. That's a total of 31 officer-involved shootings year to date versus 32 last year. The number of fatal officer-involved shootings stand at 14. Last year, that number was 13. In regards to our personnel strength, we've seen a reduction of 19 fewer sworn personnel. We now stand at 9,226 sworn personnel. We have also seen a reduction in our civilian personnel deployed at 2,653. That's a reduction of 6 fewer civilian personnel from our last report. Today, there'll be a detailed discussion about our marketing and our outreach for our sworn personnel. Chief Choi will provide more details on both what our applicant flows, what our efforts in regards to our marketing, what type of results we're seeing there. Currently, we have 204 recruits that are in the academy, and our average class sizes year to date stand at 34. We have seen some recent improvements in the number of applicants coming to the department, and I'm hopeful again that with more information that will follow from Chief Choi, that you'll be better informed as to both our outreach engagements as well as the results we're seeing. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions or make comments.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, my question concerns the what appears to be an intentional collision with the officers to injure officers by this Mr. Lopez. I think some press reports out there indicated that he may have some sort of gang affiliation. Can you speak to that for a moment?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any gang affiliation at this point involving Mr. Lopez.
Okay. And I don't want to draw any conclusions, but there was something with one of our sister agencies, I believe in Rialto, where someone went into the police station parking lot with what appeared to be a rifle to chase 2 officers. Thank God none of the officers were injured. So I don't want to draw the conclusion that this appears to be open season on officers by some individuals. But it certainly appears to me that if this was an intentional act, and then we have this other intentional act in Rialto, something's going on. What can we do, or what should members of the public do to help prevent these types of activities, Chief?
Well, first, it's building trust in our communities that our officers, their presence in these communities is to help the safety of communities, to build relationships, to understand the challenges of what exists in our communities as far as challenges of personal safety, a sense of well-being, and that officers are there not as occupiers or as targets for people's anger or any sense that that the most visible form of government is a legitimate target for some type of hate or violence. The instances of assaults against police officers does occur in this city and across this region and across the country. I'm not aware of any current threat that speaks to a heightened sense of threat or any targeting of officers here in Los Angeles. We pay close attention to and work alongside other agencies in collecting threat information, individuals who may plot or who vie for the ability to attack an officer, whether it be a lone officer in a traffic stop or at a station house or otherwise. We also work with our correctional institutions, recognizing the role of gangs and the influence of prison gangs and the at times threatening or targeting law enforcement for violence. We pay close attention to those rumors and or any information or intel, and we chase those down. And when appropriate, we find such threats legitimate, we take enforcement action to identify and stop that. We also keep our officers informed as to the rumors and as to the threat that could exist, while recognizing that at this point, again, today, this unfortunate assault that happened on these, I'm grateful these officers will survive this. And I look forward to the district attorney's office and our prosecutors fully applying every consequence for such a violent assault, as the evidence we believe at this point shows. But we think it is isolated, and we don't think it was part of a conspiracy or any type of a larger plan. And we, keep in balance. I'm reminded that other commissioners have asked, how do we keep our officers in a perspective of balance and not a hypervigilance or an overvigilance where they misinterpret actions of an individual as having broad application across an entire community. And that's not the case. The vast majority of people, whether it be in Southwest where this occurred or other across parts of the city, welcome our officers. They're inviting our officers to help and support them as they go to have a safe and enjoyable community. And they don't see officers as threats, and nor do the officers see the communities as threats to their safety.
Thank you, Chief. At this, I'm going to go to Commissioner Soboroff. No question. Okay, Commissioner Decker.
I do have questions, but I think they're best reserved for matters that are on the agenda. So thank you.
Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. Two questions, Chief. First, this is the first one going back to the personnel numbers. I think was it 9226? Was that about what you reported for the sworn and the 2653 for civilian? Question is, one, I understand that now those are somewhat of a snapshot in time, meaning that that there's a little bit of a lag for the personnel department and others to process really, who's actually left and when and all the rest. And the question just is, one, if that's something that's accurate, how much these numbers fluctuate, and is it nominal adjustments when those things are trued up, or is there maybe some larger or lower numbers than maybe we might be understanding?
Well, there is a lag time when officers separate from the department by a couple of weeks to as much as a month. We are seeing a higher attrition rate that continues this year versus continues a pattern we've seen for the last 2 fiscal years. Year to date, we've had 225 of our personnel, sworn personnel, that have retired or left the organization. We had anticipated about 184. So that is a 20%, 22% higher rate of attrition. At the same time that the class sizes that we had planned and anticipated, class sizes of 60 per academy class, and we're averaging what I think I reported was 34. So just over half. So that combination is posing a substantial challenge for us in these staffing numbers. It's resulting in this erosion, if you will, of our overall staffing. I think today that you'll hear information. I know you'll hear information about our strategies to improve on this, to counter the rate of attrition, as well as to improve our ability to attract and retain qualified applicants, so that we can bolster the workforce and restore it to the budgeted amount and the needed staffing to do the various initiatives and efforts that we have for a safer Los Angeles.
Okay, appreciate that. But in terms of the number, in terms of the fluctuation, I wouldn't imagine that there'd be anything other than a general sense, if you will, of what how the number fluctuates. But in theory, the 9226 could really, as we see here today, that could be 9150, for example, or 9200.
Yeah, it could be 10, 20, 30. It would be my estimation, my guesstimation, if you will. It's not a significant, and it's a rolling number, right? I mean, it's each week, each month, officers will separate, retire from the organization. And so there's a bank of time there where they've left the organization, and by the time it works through the pension department and they're actually off our physical count, it may be 2 or 4 weeks.
Got it. And then shifting the other question about the crime situation and what you're expecting in that regard. I don't know if the what we've sometimes referred to as the follow home robberies but anytime anyone's being followed from an establishment and then subjected or then robbed in some way. Is that are you expecting that scenario to expand to, say, holiday shoppers? Although historically, I know that's always been a warning that's always been given, or word of caution to holiday shoppers during that time of year, is to be vigilant and mindful of going out to your car and what you're parking and all those things. So you go those kinds of raise those concerns historically. I'm just trying to understand whether the task force and all the rest is expecting to see any greater level of activity with regard during this holiday season, or is it, I hate to say par for the course, but as I said, this has always been, something that you've mentioned for holiday shoppers, but what are you expecting in that regard?
Right. So, I'm grateful that to this point, the task force's focus has been on suspects who have targeted individuals for high-end jewelry and coming away from typically restaurants and eating establishments, as well as some, again, high-end shopping excursions. What we haven't seen is the general individual out shopping, holiday shopping, being targeted and accosted as they approach their vehicle. We've not seen robberies in those parking lots or settings. What we do see is and we caution, is that people carrying bags of merchandise and their holiday gifts, if you will, that locking and securing, and hiding those items out of view as they go back to their vehicles is an important strategy to prevent those vehicles being targeted. We are aware that during this period of time that there are thieves and individuals that will prowl our shopping centers and areas and look to the parking lots in an effort to identify merchandise that's been left inside those vehicles. So burglarize that vehicle and take those items. But what we haven't seen is our shoppers being confronted as they're carrying that merchandise. And I would hope that we would not. I will also say that our added patrols, working in concert, importantly, with stores and shopping center security, have also increased their vigilance, both in the sense of physical presence as well as in cameras and in monitoring systems, so that to counter the threat that is out there. And I'm confident that is having a deterring effect on would-be thieves being scared away, if you will, because they see the presence of security personnel and or police personnel. So our visible presence in these shopping centers and major retail districts has increased and will continue through the shopping season. That's both to deter individuals as well as to reassure the shopping public and the merchants that we are dedicated to ensuring their safety however possible. But it is critically important, because we can't be all places. That those that are out gathering their holiday gifts or shopping otherwise, is that as they carry that merchandise back to their vehicle, is it the appropriate time to go home and secure those gifts and belongings, or return back to a shopping center and potentially have a would-be thief watching that activity and then seizing on the moment and breaking that vehicle and taking away those gifts and belongings. So we're asking that individuals lock it, hide it, keep merchandise, keep shopping bags and other things out of use. Use your trunks, use your other, use your common sense. We wouldn't put, you wouldn't put a $500 bill or $100 bill on the dashboard of your car. and then close the door and expect that it would potentially be there when you get back. Nor should we put expensive merchandise and so forth in shopping bags on our front seats or even in the passenger compartment when the trunk is readily available.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate, I know we have a couple more meetings, I believe, leading up to the holidays. So it's just something you might report on further if there is any meaningful shift in activity one way or the other. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. At this time, there being no further questions from the commissioners, we're going to open it up to public comment.
Okay, our first speaker is T. Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Yeah, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning to all. Let's look at the discrepancies regarding the state of emergency. On November 2022, the Police Commission decided to vote to continue the state of emergency. Excuse me, I lost my thing here. Commissioner Briggs, we were all blindsided when you did this, even though other commissioners were taken off guard. The public has made numerous requests for you to provide rationale to the Police Commission used on the base of your decision to extend a state of emergency. Commissioner Briggs, you provided misinformation to the public on September 20, 2022 and October 25th, 2022. These 2 dates use data from LA County Health Department from July 7, 2022 to validate the reasoning of the Police Commission to continue the state of emergency. The data you provided on these dates clearly did not reflect the current trend. On 9/2/2022, the CDC moved the county into low community level for severe illness for COVID-19. This is in direct conflict to what Commissioner Briggs informed the public on 9/20/2022. On 10/17/2022, Governor Newsom published a report from his official website noting hospitalizations and deaths were dramatically reduced in California and had the tools needed to continue to fight COVID-19. This is another direct conflict to what Commissioner Briggs informed the public on 9/20/2022 and 10/25/2022. What happened to being transparent with the public? This is no secret that the city of Los Angeles received a sum of $101.2 billion from Biden Build Back Better COVID Relief Act. It is no secret that the city of Los Angeles receives even more money each time the state of emergency is extended. Where is this money going? What is the money being used for? Are hospitals within Los Angeles unable to handle the current COVID-19 cases? Is there a shortage of supplies that the city of Los Angeles is not able to acquire to assist with COVID-19 infections? Why hasn't the public been given the missing COVID-19 reports? What has this COVID-19 mandate done with helping the public safety? Your own provided data doesn't support your claim that it's working and keeping the public safe in any way, shape, or form. On 11/20/22, Chief Moore gave his COVID-19 report. There were a total of 34 new COVID-19 cases within the LAPD. 28 of the 34 were fully vaccinated. Here is the data Chief Moore provided to the Police Commission. Year to date, the vaccinated are making up 78% of the positive COVID-19 infections within LAPD. For the month of November, 11/22/2022, there have been a total of 130 new COVID-19 positive cases within the LAPD. 111 of the 130 were fully vaccinated in accordance with the mandate. For the month of November, not including the canceled meeting on the 29th, the vaccinated are making up 85% of the new COVID-19 cases within LAPD. Chief Moore, please provide us with a breakdown for the canceled meeting on 11/29/2022. You said there was 36 new infections, but how many were vaccinated from the 36? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Did that work?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Public comment and chief in the closed session, 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. On the Nori thing, I heard a recording of Ronald Reagan saying the same thing. Wanted to comment about T-Think seems to incorrectly speak every closed or most closed session decisions. I don't think that's good. And I want to talk about high school overdoses or otherwise these fentanyl prescription painkillers. This is the sanctuary state, sanctuary city policies, the wide open border, walk over the border. The LAPD has a special order 40 policy. You guys don't want to turn over, or otherwise you have a non-cooperation with ICE This is the other type of rude awakening, these overdoses. The culprits being the chief, the Congress, the presidents, people like Javier Becerra, Luis Alejo, Eric the Toilet, everyone in California that supports sanctuary city law. You are, like the chief, you are the facilitator of the overdoses. It's a wall of racism, like I talked about, the cronyism that the Briggs dude used, cronies. I called it an alliance. Those policies could at least help, right? These policies, these support the U.S. deport and round up. This is to keep your kids safe. My last name's Foster. I like protecting children. And these policies, when a mom wonders, is there just some way she could get her son back? If she could just plug into the correct answer that round up and deport works. But these other alliances or cronies or have everyone blinded, like the LAPD is blinded to the truth that maybe she could change her anti-roundup and deport feelings and start supporting roundup and deport. And then she can get her son back, right? No, she can't, because protecting her son is impossible with the chief and Eric the Toilet and Becerra and all these things. So I would never, ever let this happen to a Mexican American. My last name is Foster. But I am literally prevented from doing what may greatly aided her son to not even have drugs available to him at a school. Always there, aren't they? And they're there right now. And you people, the chief and Alejos and this sanctuary city crap is killing kids. And I don't want it. It's disgusting to have the border wide open and all you people just say, keep it open. We don't need to round up and deport. Like we're bad for doing that. That's not true. These kids would be alive. The president is guilty.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Tess Taylor.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Thank you. Public comment number 2, and to respond to the Chief Police Moore's comments on public safety. 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, my name is Tess Taylor. And to speak to Chief Moore's earlier statement, we welcome and want the Los Angeles Police Department in our neighborhood. In fact, you may recall that I appeared before this commission on Tuesday, July 26th, 2022, on behalf of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, where I still serve, with a letter of support for the Los Angeles Police Department. Today, I appear in my capacity as president of the West Toluca Lake Residents Association, a community in the valley of over 900 households. We are in substantial need of accelerating repairs to city street lighting because of the great adverse impact on our public safety. In recent months, thieves have stolen copper wiring, which has plunged more than half of our community streets into complete darkness. I informed Bureau of Street Lighting Executive Director Miguel Sangalang of the severity and sent him a summary of the various related street service requests, which I will forward to this commission. I sent these to Mr. Sangalang on Friday, November 11th. Lighting, as you know, is a vital part of public safety. It's clear that lighting is sometimes the only deterrent between lawful conduct and looting, violence, and chaos. We need efforts of the Police Commission to assist West Toluca Lake in achieving street lighting as a vital component to enable our police department to protect the residents and businesses of West Toluca Lake. We have struggled with the absence of street lighting for over 5 weeks, and we have verified a direct increase in crime as a result. We are suffering and we need your help. I will submit my comments to you now via email, along with a field report summary of street lighting requests from October 4th to November 9th earlier this year, setting forth 23 light outage locations. The same lights are still out and not functioning, and there have very likely been more since then. I would be happy to interface with any of you and or a staff liaison. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, a couple of agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. I'm also supporting agenda items 3D, 3E, and I also support the Board of Police Commissioners staying as Zoom. And it's funny, the people that are referring to COVID is down because COVID is up. It's announced everywhere. People still go around and get vaccinated and still come down with COVID. I have many friends, many relatives, many colleagues that have been vaccinated and still are coming down with COVID. And for one of the comments that Bonner made, I appreciate your question regarding holiday shopping. We're doing many coffee with the cops and handing out information on being cautious of your surroundings and lock it, hide it, keep it. There's other divisions doing the same thing. And I would also like to add that the amount of people that are complaining about officers doing stuff or not doing stuff when the public aren't following rules either is quite ridiculous. And they need to stop. By that, I hope everyone stays safe, stays healthy, have a wonderful holiday season. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Javier Hermosillo.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the chief's report and also on a couple of other agenda items.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I want to ask a couple of questions of the chief. I know he can't answer, but I want to congratulate him and the department on that phenomenal gun buyback. I don't think I've ever heard of that many ghost guns, and the TV news stations showed these weird looking, very, very symmetrical, sharp edges, kind of thing, in different colors, like light powder blue and pink and light green, and they look like toys. And the fact that the department is making this kind of progress on something that is out of control and out of the reach of not just LAPD, but just about everybody. I think it's phenomenal, and it speaks to the continued growth of this department in being a leader and doing things despite all the critics, and there's tons of them, who will never support this department anyway. But those of us that support the department and at times are at odds with it, because Lord knows I've filed my share of police officer complaints over the years, is a great achievement, and I want to thank the chief and his people. The number of attacks increasing on police officers is of great concern. The progress being made on all of these smash and grabs at Nordstrom's and stuff by those arrests of 16 or whatever it is. Again, I think it shows that this department, despite all the critics who are on here every week, although I haven't heard any so far, but the day is young, the chief is doing his usual great job with his command staff. Everybody, everything's moving in the right direction. while the rest of, things, the economy and everything else are problematic. At least we know that our police department continues to hum at a pretty good rate. This issue of these in-person meetings, I stopped going to them because they became a circus, and the rebel rousers, were being rude, interrupted. You see what they're doing at the city council meetings, and so I would urge the commission to continue these meetings because they're more productive than anything else. And finally, now that we have a new mayor, I hope that she will look at the progress that this department has made, despite all the haters, and that you as police commissioners have done a great job. I have some issues with, one of you, and you know who you are. If we don't, we're okay. But keep it up, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
Good morning, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I would like to direct everyone's attention to today's public written comment on the Board of Police Commission website, in particular, the first letter posted. After reading that letter and understanding the content, it's obvious that the gene therapy that has been mandated our officers receive is not working. Year to date, those that received the jab make up 78% of total infections for COVID-19. Masks don't work. The shot doesn't work. And you have the data. You cannot use the excuse you did not know. I do believe those who mandated this experimental shot better find counsel to represent themselves for crimes against humanity. Your day is coming. The people will not be silent and will continue to expose the crimes. Another thing the people will not stay quiet about is the major corruption at the highest levels within our LAPD. Chief Moore has successfully destroyed community policing within Los Angeles. It's more than obvious he cares about pleasing the elected officials than he does the community. You will go down as one of the worst police chiefs the city of Los Angeles has ever seen. You've earned the title on your own. I'm not characterizing you, I'm just telling the truth. In Mike's latest public blunder, he attended a meeting with no other than soft on crime Monica Rodriguez at our only CSP in the San Fernando Valley. First off, why were there more people outside waiting for a tree lighting ceremony than there were inside the building? Sorry, excuse for a town hall meeting. I have a photo here that I wish I could share on the screen, but only about 17 people attended. People in attendance had to sign up to get a seat. Why didn't you bring that meeting and all the information to the people outside? Oh, that's right. Monica's in charge, not you. Just like when she had a major influence in moving Senior Lead Officer Contreras, he had to be moved to an area that did not even border CD7. Now, we all know that you also moved and downgraded Captain Smith right after a news article came out talking about how the FBI is investigating Councilwoman Rodriguez. Why did you move Smith? Oh, I know you cannot talk about it. However, he has shown me the charge sheet. He was moved and downgraded because he allegedly said to a gang officer, "What's the matter? Do you think I smashed your honey? Why are you giving me a dirty look?" Smith received 10 days off also. Mike, how many days off did you get after you said the protesters were equally responsible for George Floyd's death, in which those words incited more riots and more property damage? How many days off did you get, Mike, when you were caught drunk in public with the deputy co-counsel with the city attorney's office? The case is still pending with Smith as he was demoted and moved. Whatever happened?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have P. Minor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, item 4D, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Paula Miner. I'm with Black Lives Matter LA. I'd just like to remind the commission that changes are occurring in what the public wants and expects from LA government and governmental entities like the commission. New players are coming into city government who have promised to listen. This commission may have performatively listened, but they've not heard As an example of some of the change, I just want to mention that starting this Tuesday, the LA County Board of Supervisors will change how public comment is taken during board meetings. Rather than all public comment being taken together at the beginning of the meeting and limited, as has been the practice during much of the pandemic, unlimited public comment will be taken on each item as it is considered by the board. Also, there will be additional monthly board meetings dedicated to public hearing items. So the announcement said the aim is to increase the public's ability to participate in board meetings. And so in my comments today, what I sent by email to the commissioners, I just want to read it. We request that item 4D on the agenda today be continued until the new mayor and new council members are seated. The sections of the proposed rules on speaking before the board, that's number 4, Roman numeral 4, and decorum, Roman numeral 5, are excessively restrictive and do not promote public input. The wording is confusing, misleading, and open to interpretation. We demand that the police commission, as the city charter states, be the voice of the people and allow public participation in the creation of rules. The rules should not be dictated and imposed on those concerned about policing. A draft of the rules should be presented for public input and comment over a period of time with recommendations from the people. These recommendations should be reviewed, considered, and accepted. We understand that there has to be rules of safety, and we have no concern with those, but the rules for public participation must be changed, must be continued. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The United States is a constitutional republic. We're all children of God and all lives matter. I emphasize all. Let me start off with the lives of our officers. I support our officers and I pray for them and their safety and their good health. We look at their situation when it comes to the COVID-19 mandate, alleged vaccine. Again, the statistics, the facts are showing that 75% of those who came down with COVID-19 were vaccinated. Week after week, we hear the same thing. So what does that tell us? What it's telling me is that we're not going according to the science. And quite frankly, the officers were intimidated and coerced, about 80 to 85% of them, to taking the vaccine. I know, I talked to them, and they did it under stress and under duress. It's time to reverse that situation. I've called for the chief and for everyone to bring a grand gesture to this situation, an amnesty. If there is still anyone that is under the discipline of the LAPD for that issue, there should be an immediate amnesty. So the COVID Relief Act money, okay, that's basically 30 pieces of silver. If you're going to have policies based on receiving money, and where is that money going? That was a very good question that was asked earlier. That is corruption, out and out corruption. The sovereignty of a person's body is more important than money. Now, going down to the chief, going to a town hall, San Fernando Gardens, is that by invitation only? Why is it that these town hall meetings are not put on the website, the lapdonline.org, so we know where you're going to be, so the public can actually attend and be part of the community policing dynamic. Gun buyback, good job on that. I'll leave it at that for now, but the guns are not the problem. The problem is the lack of consequences for crime. I also, Chief, don't think that you're fooling anybody by using the wording reduction in the rate of increase of crime. Crime is continuing to go up. Okay, you can see all the red on the crime stats. So we have crime going up, the number of police officers going down. So that means the officers that are left have more work to do. They are overworked. We support our police officers. They're overworked. They're making arrests. The arrestees are coming right back out onto the street. That creates a demoralization. If you want to hire people, The best people to market are the officers themselves. There are many things that need to be done to get this department to where it needs to be. Try to do the job that you're meant to do and support the officers. Amnesty for the COVID-19. Happy St. Nicholas Day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'm gonna go ahead and do all of them today.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good morning, esteemed Police Commission. Just kidding. It's interesting, Mr. President Briggs, immediately during the chief's report, immediately following us all hearing that the LAPD has shot 31 people this year so far and has killed 14 people this year so far, that you went ahead and asked Chief Moore about open season on officers, stretching your troubling imagination to try to tie a car accident to something happening in Rialto and saying this man in a car accident is part of a gang targeting cops. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, I don't mean that with respect, I guess. Got to think of a different way to put that, but like, what the fuck are you talking about? In closed session today, you're discussing 2 of 6 LAPD shootings that happened in an 8-day span in December last year, where they killed 5 fucking people. And you have the fucking gall to talk about open season on officers. What you do here every week is facilitate open season on the fucking community. What the fuck is wrong with you? Respectfully.
Madam Secretary, is there any further comment from Adam, or is that it?
Why are you asking her?
There's no further comment. Let's go to the next speaker.
Okay, next we have Jamie.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items while I still can. Okay, first, I'd like to address this update to the Commission's proposed rules of decorum. And I'm already kind of laughing, as you can definitely hear, because the fact that this particular body of individuals is trying to make any pretense of decorum is pretty hilarious. Week after week after week, you all get together and tacitly, and often very much untacitly, applaud the terrorizing work of the LAPD. Is the implication here that every time one of our community members is assaulted by an officer, they've been assaulted with decorum? Every time militarized police surveillance tech puts somebody in prison, they've been exiled from their community and subjected to round-the-clock state-sanctioned torture with decorum? Every time an officer murders one of our community members, they've been murdered with decorum? Cool, I can definitely rest easy knowing that all this violence was conducted in a civilized, polite, and appropriate manner. Among the proposed changes to these rules is the stipulation that speakers shall refrain from making repetitious remarks. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean that only one person can mention, for example, the 6 people the LAPD shot in an 8-day span last December, 5 of whom they succeeded in killing? Does it mean that Brandon Cormalinga's name can only be uttered once? Does it mean that Enrique Ruiz's name can only be invoked one time? Or does it mean that only one person per meeting is going to be allowed to allude in general to the phenomenon of mourning a loved one deprived of life by the LAPD? I am sincerely, kind of sincerely asking, by the way, even though you all have yet to give us any reason to think that you actually take citizens' voices into account in any capacity. Stop calling dissent at these meetings, remove all time limits on public comment, let all of us who want to speak after each agenda item, Let us respond to and reference the comments that other people have made and resume in-person sessions immediately. Thanks. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1264.
Hello, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes, what items did you like to speak on?
The chief's report and public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, Chief. You had this meeting at the San Fernando Gardens, and I'm always in communication with Officer Ojeda or Sergeant Ojeda, and we've never received any, and this is in my community, and we never received any notification of that. I mean, that is not right. We should be notified of things that are going on in our community so we can try to make them better. The next thing I wanted to talk about is we have a lot of drunk drivers in the area, and I don't see any traffic patrol officers at all with the motorcycles. A lot of speeding, regular violations that need to be addressed. And my next comment is about allowing this illegal activity of street vending, people blocking the public right-of-way in violation of federal law, ADD law, and the police do nothing. And this is in a residential area, okay? This is not in a commercial area at all. And they're by driveways, and we've already had killings, or, you know, people that have run into these vendors and killed people. So, I mean, it's a safety issue. So we really need to find a way to address that efficiently and do something. And I'm willing to work with you, but I just keep getting ignored by the community policing, and I don't know why. We need help in our community. Okay, we don't have a great community, and it shows, because you're the glue that keeps the community together. But if you're not giving us information and helping us, it's hard to stay together. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin.
All the items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, the basic theme of my remarks today is just going to be to say that this board is a joke and a sham, and your actions belie like the hollowness of the values behind them. But before I get into that, I just want to say, Chief Moore, you're so reliably a buffoon on these meetings, and the way that you talk, I think, is like the tip of the iceberg of the incompetence at your core. So just to focus on one micro aspect of it today, nobody calls it long haul COVID as you did during your remarks. I Googled it in quotes, and there's just not really results for that. It's long COVID, not long haul COVID. Again, not an important thing, but speaks to your essential buffoonery. I want to focus on this thing about going back to in-person public comment and that laughable attachment to this week's meeting agenda. I just think, you know, like, these meetings are a portal where we get to interface with the Board of Police Commissioners and the cops. So anything that you do, we need to kind of like construe as a microcosm of the way things actually are. And so the way that you rolled out how you want to go back to public comment, we have to interpret as emblematic of like the values that underlie all of your actions. And what they tell us is that you're cowards, and that what you're here to do is to quell public expression and to suppress it. And it's in such direct opposition to your stated mission of being the citizen's voice in police affairs. Before the pandemic, the deal was that if you came to the meeting, you got to make public comment about every agenda item if you filled out a comment card. And the board allowed people to speak after every agenda item when we heard the accompanying presentation. Now the language in this report is literally, quote, "The board has a compelling interest in promoting efficiency." That's the paramount value here. Just the change is striking. And also you say that you've determined that 45 minutes is a reasonable amount of time. Why? What underlies that decision? Why did it change from the way it used to be before? You know, the mission creep is happening with you, Board of Commissioners. The pandemic comes along and you get to emergency meeting it to 45 minutes, and to nobody's surprise, that gets extended when meetings are going to come back in person. You're such tools. And then about speakers refraining from making repetitious remarks. First of all, you would have less repetition if you let people speak on more items. As it is, we have to force our comments into these small windows so you can only speak to the top line stuff. If you gave people more space to comment, you get less repetition. And why do you never acknowledge the repetition of our emails? I'm not saying that I want you to do so, but I do think that it speaks to the little credence you give to that. I'll yield the rest of my time to today.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have John Von Gutten.
Thank you all very much. I really do appreciate your volunteer work. It's a lot like mine and 99 other NCs throughout Los Angeles. Congratulations on your gun buyback. The risk isn't from the good-hearted family members who surrender them, but from those weapons being stolen or even misused by another family member under the influence of drugs or alcohol. My main concern is that just 2 months from now, an unusually excessive number of officers on the drop program will retire February, leaving LAPD even more depleted in ranks than it is. They won't be replaced by recruitment because here's a nasty parallel we should all assimilate between law enforcement and military. 3 days ago, the Reagan National Defense Survey showed that in the last 5 years, the level of trust and confidence Americans have in the U.S. military has declined dramatically. U.S. military recruitment is falling just as rapidly as LAPD and other big city police department recruiting is falling. The head of the Reagan Institute, Rachel Hoff, unequivocally stated, quote, "What's driving that trend really are these concerns about politicization." As the public sees what's obviously happening in LAPD, city council members running the department, dictating troop movements and transfers, fewer men and women with a policing attitude will want to join up. Not everybody wants to be a cop, but some have the guts and the moral inclination to do so. Those are the people you want. They're going to see people being moved around on political whim, and they're going to just flat disagree and say, I don't want to play. Unless LAPD actively distances itself and repudiates council member intervention, recruitment will continue to fall. Just as a quick word, Foothill has VCPs running through the holiday shopping areas. My wife and I went out Saturday under Slowe's Cesar Contreras and Steve Nunez. We see mostly young males on skateboards or skulking around vacate the property when we drive our little i3 and its flashing lights in their direction. No confrontations, which is ideal, just a probable troublemaker leaving. So I just want to let you know what Foothill is doing, and it works very, very well. Thank you all for your service. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, when I tried to sign on and raise my hand, it didn't allow me for some time. So something's wrong with that. Second of all, the racist rhetoric and propaganda y'all allow on here should not surprise me, but it's just unconscionable. I don't, you let these people go on and on about nothing. And a lot of it's misinformation, including the chief. All right, so y'all chased this man and then you blamed it on him that he purposely ran into y'all's car in the Crenshaw district where y'all just shot a man like a month, a few months ago. I'm sorry, I don't remember the timeline. Y'all just shot a man on, and then you want to gain the public's trust. And you literally are an occupying force in Black and brown neighborhoods where you terrorize people, you shoot people with zero accountability. And you keep using these same words like community trust building. You're there to help and serve the public when you're there to actually terrorize and target people. And then Briggs goes on to say like it was a gang, like brings up all this other propaganda, how people are out to get the police, and it was gang affiliated. And the chief Moore even said, he didn't even mention that. But Briggs is trying to stir up the pot like all y'all are under attack, when in fact it's the direct opposite. The public is under attack, especially if you happen to be Black and brown and you live in these neighborhoods and you're a constant target. You literally are an occupying force on stolen land, okay? And then let's talk about the marijuana grow factory. Illegal? It's illegal. They aren't paying taxes to y'all because which rich white men are capitalized on the marijuana cannabis industry. Medicinal, mind you, it's a plant. It should be federally legal, but you're still criminalizing Black and brown people for cannabis when white wealthy men are capitalizing and raising billions and paying taxes. What makes it illegal? And talk about the city council. People are going up in city council because there's racist comments being made and racist council members that are
Okay, next we have Oscar Portillo.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Oscar Portillo Jr., and I would just like to announce that I am running for LA City Council District 6. And I just want you all to know that once I am elected, you will have a strong, powerful ally on the council, as I do believe in a good, strong police force. If not, you have all these street robberies, follow home robberies, and gang crime that is happening on our streets. However, though I do believe in a good, strong police force and have much respect for my officers, I will hold them to a very high degree of accountability and respect for all residents of Los Angeles. The majority of the police officers are good, strong officers. However, there are those few bad officers who unfortunately have fallen through the cracks that don't belong nor deserve to be officers. Those bad apples I will find, I will weed out and immediately push to have those officers removed. I do plan to incorporate a civilian board that will review every single case of misconduct, that will report directly to me, and will push to have those bad officers removed. We must remove those bad officers so they don't contaminate those good, strong officers who do care about the people, who do care about the community. However, with those good officers, I will be very clear and very specific of what I expect from them, and will expect them to treat all residents of Los Angeles with dignity and respect. We need accountability from everyone, including myself. Let's take back our streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary, the next caller will be the last.
Okay, next we have Gina Viola.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Well, it really doesn't matter because you won't listen to anything I say, but I'll go ahead and speak on all of them. So, Chief Moore, it is just excruciating to hear you give a play-by-play of things that happen when your officers are involved, yet you say nothing when your squad of trained murderers kill bystanders like Melly Corrado or Valentina Oriana Peralta. When you say it's open season, Briggs, how do you think folks feel going shopping these days? Do you think they feel safe knowing that at any moment LAPD could come barging in and they could be killed by a stray bullet? And this board, if you want to call it that, will do absolutely nothing about it, nothing to stop it. I'm starting to wonder if you all take this position because you're auditioning for some kind of theater roles moving forward, or maybe to be on cop shows moving forward. So you can consult on cop shows, which normalize all of the police behavior that we see in this city and get folks just numb to the reality of what is happening. If we're under siege by anyone, we are under siege by law enforcement. We are over-riddled with law enforcement, especially communities that are under-resourced. It gets replaced with policing. You continue to hoard the lion's share of the city's budget with these killers who are trained to kill. Make no mistake about it. This is what they're trained to do. Most of them are not in shape enough to chase someone down. It's easier to just shoot them. We've seen it over and over again. What's going on right now at City Hall is abhorrent. To watch all of your untrained riot officer cops line up in the lobby, getting ready to go up to escort people who are asserting their right to speak out about the anti-Black racism that is taking place in this city, all of you allowing city council members to continue to be protected by this police force are saying you are on the side of this anti-Black racism. Yes, including you, Briggs, including you, Bonner. You are all complicit in this. This new realm of public comment where you want to basically structure our comments, I mean, now you've just gone full mask off. Not that you ever believed in masks in the first place. The number of officers you lost as a result of COVID speaks to that directly. But this is just showing your whole asses. That's just plain and simple. Now, not only have you already taken over public comment by having an untold number of department members call in, now you want to structure the way that we show up and speak to public comment. It is shameful. This body.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That's the end of public comment. At this time, we'll go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that want to discuss any of the items under the consent agenda?
Yeah, I have a question on item 3F.
Okay, we'll hold that aside at this time. And I move that we adopt items 3A, B, C, D, and E. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. With respect to item 3F, and we have Police Administrator Alina Sean. That's if I pronounced it correctly.
And this is the administrator may answer it, or probably something the chief may answer as well. So
go ahead, Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, thank you. The question is about the 6250 for the Van Nuys area training, I believe, and this is some of it's for the costs associated with some post-mandated training. And the question kind of is really, I don't know that I recall seeing this or this type of request before, but if there's a set of costs that are not being covered by either the budget or other donations, just curious, how are those costs being handled by other divisions? And is this a unique request relative to this year, or has this been the way that Van Nuys and others have funded these otherwise unfunded costs?
Commissioner, I think you're talking about, is it item E?
Yeah, I think you're talking item
yes,
E.
that's right. That's right. So and I don't know if that affects our vote, because clearly I'm looking at item E, and I think we might have missed, based on my calling this 3F, we might have misvoted, but I'll let city attorney or someone else tell us that. But you get the question. So that's the way the question is what's the deal with these costs?
Yeah, so the item in question, as I'm looking at it, is a training day and some equipment for Van Nuys training unit. The bulk of it is for food that would provide for a meal for the training day And then there's some incidentals with regards to some equipment items as I review this. How areas across the city handle this, similar to this, they can utilize budget funds from non-budgetary matters from foundation or booster club that we accept through the process here. The small equipment items are training aids. Many times there's not existing city budgetary funds to provide for those. And this helps facilitate the delivery of that training by scenario-based training that allows officers to actually hold these training aids as they go about their movements, as they're trying to reinforce muscle skills and memory as to the delivery of tactical training.
So in addition to the food is also referenced the range fees and supplies. Are those nominal, or is there anything of consequence there?
Well, as I'm looking at 4,100 of it is the food costs, and then the details of the training site itself makes up a portion of this. Range costs are about $2,500, and this is a Angeles shooting range, which the department does not have a separate contract with. We have a contract with the Oak Springs up in the, I think it's Oak Springs, Oakwoods up in the Santa Clarita area, but Angeles, that shooting range requires these additional fees.
Understood.
And is not built in within the department's existing city budget.
Great, thank you. Understood. Commissioner Briggs, I'll let you or city attorney comment. I don't know if my calling this 3F threw off our motion or in our vote or not, but I'm prepared to vote for all of them at this point.
Before we have that, well, Mr. City Attorney, would you please advise us on that?
So items A through E have been approved 5-0. If Commissioner Bonner would like to take a revote on E, you would have to call that for revote. If his vote stands, then we can continue and hear item F for a vote.
I agree. Commissioner Decker, I know you had your hand up.
Just a mistake. I apologize, Commissioner.
Okay, at this time, I want to call item 3F, move that be approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. At this time, we're going to go to, I'm going to call items 4A and B together. I think that it's better heard that way. And this is the department's report with respect to the recruitment, the officer recruitment and female candidates, as well as the department's report on gender diversity. So can we bring forward Assistant Chief Dominic Choi, Captain Aaron McCraney, Director Elizabeth Rhodes, as well as Commander Ruby Flores? Thank you. And at this time, we're going to proceed first with Chief Choi.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Morning, Chief Moore, Mr. Smith, Mr. De La Guerre, Mr. Chief Fink. Before I get started here today, I'd just like to bring up a few more individuals that are going to be part of this presentation to help answer questions at the end of it. Ms. Dana Brown, Dr. Laura Kokinda, and we have a couple representatives from Census. We should have a Mr. Dallas Thompson and Mr. Andrew Burnett also available. Okay. All right, I believe we have everybody with us. Okay, once again, good morning, everybody. I will be presenting along with Captain McCraney today. He's the Commanding Officer, Recruitment Employment Division. And we have a few guests with us, and I'll officially or formally introduce them. We have Ms. Dana Brown. She's the General Manager of Personnel Department. We also have Dr. Laura Kokinda with us. She's a psychologist for Personnel Department. And we have two representatives from Census, which is the marketing firm contracted by Personnel Department to do our marketing and advertising. We have Mr. Dallas Thompson and Mr. Andrew Burnett. And we will all be available after the presentation to answer any questions for you. Following our presentation, we will have Ms. Liz Rhodes from the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy, as well as Commander Ruby Flores from our Diversity and Equity Inclusion Officer, who will be presenting on gender diversity. So I'm going to share a slide with you now, and then we'll continue with the presentation. Okay, can everybody see that slide? Okay, great. All right. So as you know, this is a very lengthy report. I'm not going to go over everything, but I just want to provide an overview of what I am going to go over. And so I'm going to start with just, what are the roles and responsibilities of personnel department and recruitment employment division as it relates specifically to the marketing, recruiting and hiring of police officers. I'll also talk about the overall strategy. What is our marketing and recruitment strategy? And then what is the budget for those? And then what have we spent in prior years and what are we spending this year so far? And then what do we reap? What were the results of those marketing and hiring efforts in prior fiscal year as well as this current fiscal year? And then Captain McCraney is going to go on and talk about the 7-step hiring process. We've identified some things related to women in that process that I think you'll find interesting. And then he's going to talk about some strategies for strengthening diversity in our hiring and recruiting efforts as we move forward. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so it's important to note before I get started in this slide that the personnel department and LAPD, we have a memorandum of agreement between each other. And it delineates the roles and responsibilities specifically as it relates to hiring and recruiting police officers for the city. I'm going to summarize some of these key points, but it's not all encompassing of this MOA. I just want to be clear on that. But importantly, it starts by saying the LAPD and personnel department are jointly responsible for recruiting police officer candidates and must work together to attract the most qualified candidates. Okay. Having said that, so for personnel department, what the MOA delineates is they are to provide sufficient candidates to meet our department's hiring plan, which is 780 recruits this year. Also to coordinate and administer the recruitment budget provided by the city of Los Angeles, and to provide or develop yearly strategic recruitment plans, including the use of budgetary funds, suggested media mix, targeted venues, including implementing an overall marketing plan. Also to research various advertising methods, not limited to placement and purchase of radio and television media, print, internet advertising, and outdoor advertising. And then also to coordinate and administer all contracts involving media buying firms or other entities retained to assist in this recruiting endeavor. Now for Los Angeles Police Department, Recruitment Employment Division is our recruitment outreach arm. And their roles and responsibilities are delineated as follows: to develop and implement innovative strategies to recruit police officers, including establishing liaisons with colleges, community organizations, employment centers, military bases, and other venues. Also, they shall recruit a diverse pool of candidates through a variety of means. You can see that this requirement is very broad. And then also to administer written tests for small groups at colleges, military bases, job fairs, and recruitment events. This is otherwise known as pocket tests or pocket events, where people can come and take tests in person. So again, this is a brief summary of the general roles and responsibilities of each entity tasked with recruiting and hiring police officers for the city of Los Angeles. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about our overall marketing plan. Between the two departments, what are we doing to bring these candidates to us and successfully go through the hiring process? So for personnel department, the overall marketing strategy is to have a broader approach, attract qualified candidates to a couple places. To our department website, which is Join LAPD, where each candidate or anybody interested can open up an account and start the hiring process, or to our in-person hiring events, where our recruitment and employment division employees will meet them, or recruiters will meet them, and then help facilitate or shepherd them through the hiring process, if you will. So it's important to note that personnel department utilizes the marketing rule of 7. Which is that the prospects or candidates, they need to hear the advertiser's message at least 7 times before they take action to buy a product or service. So how is this accomplished? I think the primary way of doing this is having a multi-layered marketing approach. And the first thing is to have professional marketing service. In this particular case, the personnel department is using Census to do that through their digital advertising and marketing, primarily a Google platform. It's important to note that Census was contracted by Personnel Department prior to the COVID-19 lockdowns, prior to the hiring freeze. But when those things took effect, and we as a city were not advertising or actively recruiting new candidates, that service ceased for a period of time. This September, so September of 22, Personnel Department refunded this contract with Census, and they began a new marketing campaign. The new marketing campaign has been in effect since September 19th of 2022. Personnel Department also pays for print advertising, radio advertising, commercial advertising. They also pay for additional digital marketing, such as Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And these other advertising methods are really used to push candidates to our in-person hiring events, pocket tests, and these other activities that Red is in charge of. It's also important to note that all of this marketing and advertising, it consistently includes images of women, African American, and Asian American Pacific Islanders to increase our diversity hiring goals. Next slide, please. So what does LAPD do? What does Recruitment and Employment Division do as part of this overall strategy? Well, their role is to meet and connect with these candidates as the marketing strategy or personnel department strategy pushes, if you will, these candidates to the websites and to these recruitment and hiring events. Recruitment and Employment Division has found that the most effective way to recruit these individuals or get them through the process is to meet those people in person, provide information, answer questions, build the relationships, build our brand. And this is accomplished in a number of ways, as you can see here: hiring seminars, college presentations, job fairs, including military bases. Again, these pocket tests, canvassing events, social media using our department's Twitter account and Facebook account, and also a robust outreach on focused diversity events. I just want to add, so recruiting includes also messaging our incentives in our hiring. So that includes promoting the police officer referral program and our housing subsidy. And I just want this commission to know that we're also actively working hard to get this hiring bonus implemented for new candidates and laterals to provide more interest to come to LAPD. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is our budget and what are we doing with it? So in prior fiscal year, 21 and 22, LAPD had a budget for marketing of $300,000, marketing and recruiting and outreach. $100,000 of this was transferred initially to Personnel Department. Those funds were used for those initiatives that I mentioned earlier for the marketing strategy, for print advertising, different advertising costs, as well as digital advertising. Now, during last fiscal year, we had a shutdown of all in-person outreach and recruitment events because of the COVID-19 restrictions. Colleges wouldn't let us on campus. We couldn't gather in large groups because of restrictions. So essentially this $200,000 balance went unspent. And that's why you see that amount being repurposed or returned back to the general fund. So this current fiscal year, we were budgeted, next slide, please. We were budgeted $400,000. So early in July, $50,000 again was transferred to Personnel Department, again, to supplement and augment their marketing and recruitment efforts and their strategy. Similar purposes of what we did last year for the $100,000. Of those remaining balances that you see there, 25,000, 100,000, 50,000, and 25,000, that's $200,000. We've spent year to date about $50,000 of that money. So overall of our $400,000 budget, we've transferred 50,000, spent another 50,000. So we have a remaining balance of 150,000. The $200,000 I talked about, you can see what we are using this money for and what we have proposed to use it for the remainder of this fiscal year. The $150,000 is set aside for a marketing plan, which I'm not going to get into details right now. We'll talk about at the conclusion as steps moving forward. So I won't get into the details of that. So if you can just move to the next slide, please. So what have these efforts given us as a department, as a city, in our new hires for the last fiscal year and this current fiscal year? So last fiscal year, we hired 574 new recruits and new hires. That's the highest number of candidates that we've hired in 1 year in the last 12 years. It's also the highest number of percentage of women and the highest percentage of African Americans that we've hired in the past 12 years. You can see we hired 27% women, 12% African American, and 8% Asian American Pacific Islanders last fiscal year. In the current fiscal year, we went to November 19th as the cutoff date. We were able to hire 204 new hires. Again, 24% women, 12% African American, and 8% Asian American Pacific Islanders. So I realize that there's still much work to be done in our area of diversity hiring. But I just want to add that historically, this last fiscal year, this current fiscal year, we are hiring our targeted diversity goals. We're hiring those individuals at a much higher rate than we have been hiring historically. But quite frankly, we need more. So if we can go to the next slide. So moving forward, in summary, I believe that our overall marketing and recruitment strategy for attracting and hiring police officers, it's a sound strategy. Again, the strategy is personnel department doing a broader marketing and focusing their efforts and pushing these qualified candidates to our webpage to open up accounts where Red can start tracking them, or to our in-person hiring events where Red can meet them in person and facilitate or shepherd them through the process. Again, I believe that this overall strategy is effective. However, we need more of this, and we need a broader marketing campaign. We need to bring the number of candidates necessary to meet our hiring goals to our webpage and to our hiring events. Specifically, we need to increase the number of women, African American, and Asian American Pacific Islanders attending our focused diversity outreach events and applying for the job. So to do this, we believe we need to increase our professional marketing services budget because the current budget for attracting the number of candidates necessary to meet our hiring goals, quite frankly, is insufficient. We feel that using the remaining balance of $150,000, augmenting that amount with additional money from the department's existing budget, we're going to add $500,000 so we, LAPD, can contract additional marketing services to increase brand awareness, attract more candidates, and increase the trajectory to meet our hiring goal of 780. One thing I'm just going to add at the end that I didn't put in there, I know the report includes personnel department's budget. I will add that the vast majority of their marketing budget, although all of these balances you should see in the report are for all public safety hiring for LAPD, for fire, etc., the lion's share of personnel department's marketing budget goes to LAPD and hiring police officers. I just want this board to know that. So that brings my portion of the presentation to a conclusion. I think at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Aaron McCraney so he can go over his portion before we go to question and answers.
Thank you, Chief. A 2023 milestone goal for the department was to appoint academy classes consistent of 50% female. To ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion, an analysis was performed to study possible inhibitors and pain points for females in the sworn hiring process. The data I will present will illustrate the wide net cast for new applicants and then reveal the selection attrition that occurs throughout the 7-step hiring process. This snapshot study consisted of 6,961 applicants. Of those applicants, 78% were male, 22% were female. Steps 1 and 2 of the hiring process are the application and multiple choice test. Of the 1,523 females that completed this exam, 67% passed. The third step in the hiring process is the personal history statement. This exam part is the beginning of background investigations. Of the 904 females that completed the PHS, 77% passed. The most common reasons that candidates failed PHS were drugs, honesty, and respect for the law. Department interview is the next step of the hiring process. Of the 546 female candidates that took the department interview, 77% passed. Polygraph examination also falls under step 4. Of the 284 female candidates that took the poly, 83% passed. Physical fitness qualifier is also a part of step 4. All candidates may take the physical fitness qualifier as many times as necessary to attain a satisfactory score. Medical evaluation is step 5 in the hiring process. Of the 369 female candidates that took the medical evaluation, 78% passed. Field investigation is step 6 in the hiring process. Of the 239 female candidates that entered field investigations, 87% passed. Psychological evaluation is the last step in the hiring process. Of the 202 female candidates that took the psych exam, 69% passed. The 7-step hiring process is designed to vet candidates and identify the most qualified. A comparative analysis of the attrition between females and males revealed the following. In 2 of the 7 steps, females experienced a higher success rate than males. Those 2 areas were personal history statement and field investigations. However, in 2 other areas, it was determined that females underperformed their male counterparts. Those 2 areas were multiple choice tests and psychological evaluation. The department is working with personnel department to take a deeper look at the scoring gap between males and females in the multiple choice test exam. Both departments are committed to evaluating exam results as well as offering mentoring and other services to improve candidate performance. The department is also working with medical service division to identify trends, patterns, and or impediments to female candidates during the psych examination. Lead psychologist Dr. Hokinda of Medical Service Division will be available to share insight in this critical hiring step. The department has made significant progress in the recruiting and hiring of female candidates. Police departments across the nation average approximately 12% sworn females, while LAPD has averaged just under 19%. The department's commitment to sworn female hiring remains a priority. Evidence of this commitment may be seen in the last 2 fiscal years, which has resulted in the hiring of 27% and 24% female recruits officers, respectively. Proactive measures have been put in place to assist females in the hiring process. Those actions include Fire and Study Hall, which assists in developing handgun confidence and proficiency, Women's Candidate Advancement Programs, which addresses physical fitness and unique issues related to women, Fit for Hire, which is physical training to assist candidates deferred at medical evaluation, Female Cohort Tracking and Mentoring, which is led by female advisors, Financial Literacy Training, Focused Recruitment Outreach to Women, and Interview and Exam Preparation. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. I thank you all so much for your time. I will also be available to answer any questions you may have regarding female attrition in the hiring process. I now turn to Director Rose of Constitutional Policing and Policy to discuss gender equity.
Good morning. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
So Commander Flores and I are going to discuss the sworn gender division in the LAPD, and I'm going to ask that our slides get brought up. Earlier this year, this commission asked us to take a deep dive and to look granularly at sworn personnel and the breakdown by gender. I'm just going to go over to the slideshow. And with the idea that a picture paints 1,000 words, I'm going to go through this slideshow very quickly. We took a look at the department and a snapshot based on the department on July 31st, 2022. We looked not at the personnel records, but asked each office, bureau, division to talk about where the women were employed so that we could have a breakdown even with loans, et cetera. In the end, we found that there were 18.66% women in July 31st of 2022. So to begin with, we will go to an overall org chart, and that org chart is going to be the same color combination throughout this presentation. You can see that sworn males are represented in blue, sworn females are represented in orange, and in this case, civilians are represented in yellow. For this first slide, we did look at command staff and included females. From the previous slide, you can see that there were 20 yellow squares. 18 of those have been filled, and of those 18, 10 were filled with women. Moving on to the Office of the Chief of Police, which would be the top of the org chart, 70% of the 70 individuals, sworn individuals who work for the chief of police are male, 30% are female. The largest component under the office of the chief of police is the office of chief of staff, which is 31% female. And the largest component under that is media relations division, which is 36% female. You can see that media relations division is further broken down into 4 different sections, and you can see the corresponding male to female ratio there. Now, going next to Community Safety Partnership Bureau breakdown, it is 19% female. There are sites in the Valley, Central Bureau, and South Bureau with the corresponding breakdown you see here. Moving just to Valley and Central Bureau, there are 4 sites, and they range from between 11% and 27% sworn female employees. The South Bureau has 11% female employees in its 5 different sites, with the high being 20% in the Jordan Downs site. Then moving to the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy, it is 37% female of its 92 sworn personnel. I would say that OCPP also has 61 civilians, 44 of whom are women, so 71% of those are women. Going to the Office of Office of Operations breakdown, 18.97% of the Office of Operations is female. That almost mirrors the 18.66% of the department. There is 0.02%, which is non-binary. The bureaus are broken down below, and you can see that they range from almost 18% to 20%. And then we move on to each bureau itself. Central Bureau, as you can see, is almost 18%, with the difference between 15.5% in Northeast and 20% female in Rampart. West Bureau is just slightly higher at 19%, and ranges from 15% in Pacific Division to 21% in Olympic and Wilshire divisions. Valley Bureau is at 20% female, with the highs being in high being in Van Nuys division, which is 22% women. And then South Bureau has a total of 18% women, 19% in 77th, 20% is the high in South Bureau homicide. Professional Standards Bureau is 23% women, with the high being in Internal Affairs, which is 28% women. Information Technology Bureau breakdown is 22% sworn women. I will also say that this is a heavily civilianized bureau. At the time of these slides, they had 77 civilians, 25 of whom, or 32%, were women. Moving on to the Office of Support Services breakdown, which is 22% women. Additionally, I should note here that the Behavioral Sciences section, Motor Transport Division, Records and Identification Division, and Fiscal Group are all civilians and are not therefore represented on these slides. What is represented includes Training Bureau, which is 27% women, and Training Division, which is 22% women. Recruitment and Employment Division, which you've just heard from, is 40% women. Administrative Services Bureau, run by Police Administrator 3 Anne-Marie Sauer-Hale, is 18% women overall, although it has additional divisions which are significantly female and all civilian. Moving on to the Office of Special Operations is 12% sworn women, with Detective Bureau being 22%. And I think that you heard about that earlier when the department sent a letter at council's request about women and the breakdown. The Counterterrorism Special Operations Bureau is 7% women. And I would note that it does have Commander Paulson in that, one of the female commanders in the department. Transit Services Division, Transit Services Bureau, which has Commander Natalie Cortez, our women's coordinator in it, is 10% women. And when you go down to the traffic groups, they are somewhat equally divided, as you can see, between the divisions. Detective Bureau, which we indicated before, was 22% women. It includes Detective Services Group, which is 20% women, and Comstat Division, which is 55% women. And then we go to the Detective Services Group, which is further broken down, and you can see the division there with a very large percentage in Juvenile Division. Finally, there is Police Commission, which is 32% women, or at least was at the time of this calculation, which was July 31st, 2022. With that, I would really like to thank the people who put this slideshow and 15.2 together. And so Commander Flores and I both owe a huge debt to Sergeant Michelle Smith and Secretary Eric Munoz, who put everything together so that we could go through it. We will leave our time for questions, but before we do that, I just want to hand it over to my partner, Commander Flores, who, as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, is doing significant work about promoting and making sure that women are included.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, everyone. I think just to underscore the fact that our department is certainly prioritizing hiring, retaining, and promotion of women. There are a number of efforts that I have been involved in, along with my partners and other employees throughout the department. So in recognizing that the 4 of the highest ranking women are at the deputy chief level and commanders, we have met and have had many discussions about how we can enhance and promote the career trajectory of our women within the department. Chief Tingrides, Commander Cortez, Commander Paulson, and I are committed to raising each other up and channeling the power of collaboration so that we can truly hone in on our skills as women. There are many studies that I've read. Harvard Business Review, Forbes Women had conducted studies on the power of networking, the power of working together to be more successful. And using that strategy, or reading that, has provided a strategy in which we use our affinity groups, specifically LAPOA, LALE, LEAP, and OJB, so that we can create those networking groups for our women, not only in the department, but outside the department, because it is shown that a more strategic approach to networking with diverse groups are certainly successful. We have conducted through the department and with the assistance of Lieutenant Shannon White and Chief Hamilton, a lieutenant to commanding officers discussions and promotional opportunities series. Our career development unit is taking the lead on the mentorship program involving all of our affinity groups so that we can ensure that we are starting at the early ranks, early levels throughout our career to create that trajectory moving forward. In March 9th, 2023, LAPOA will host our annual women's conference, and we will continue to work with the department's women's coordinator, Natalie Cortez, to conduct upcoming promotional seminars, specifically at the command staff rank. And the only other item I'd like to note is that at the time of this report, July 31st, 2022, our total civilian workforce was at 57.4% women, which complements our department with our women representation. And that is the end of our report, and we are ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Rhodes, Commander Flores, and Captain McCraney and Chief Choi. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Brown, because I know her time is short, a question. Ms. Brown, are you still there?
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from your perspective as the general manager of the personnel department, what do you see as the challenges in recruiting for the LAPD? Is it just bringing recruits in the door, or is it that we have a pipeline and is it moving them through and getting them into the academy? Where do you see the log jams, if any?
Well, so that's such a huge question, because I think that originally when I came to this meeting, I was thinking about, sort of the equity in terms of gender equity and race equity and that sort of thing. But generally speaking, it's interesting. I've been on the call since the beginning of the meeting, and I had the opportunity to hear a lot of the speakers. And every now and again, you would get a passionate person from the community who kind of gets it in a few areas. And one of the things that one of the speakers talked about was the difficulty in recruiting nationwide into law enforcement, and how that issue also moves itself into the military and all of those different areas. And so I think that generally speaking, as we begin to talk to our communities and build our relationships with our communities so that people want to join this very noble profession, that's something that we're going to need to do sort of nationwide. And so, we have Captain McCraney and his team do an amazing job with getting out into the community and getting people to at least have a seat at the table and listen to what we have to say in terms of, is this the career path for you? But by and large, what I am seeing is that the people who we have traditionally hired into the profession are not interested at this time for a number of reasons, even reasons related to the entrepreneurial spirit of that candidate pool. And we're seeing that even in the civilian ranks, even in ranks that have nothing to do with public safety. So there is this entrepreneurial spirit that exists out there with this candidate pool, on top of which COVID has also taught them that they can make ends meet without having a traditional employer. So some of those things are things that we are sort of grappling with in public safety in trying to get the numbers in. Also, there's a real issue as it relates to the amount of money that we place into recruitment, especially right now. The personnel department has a fairly modest budget for recruitment, and that budget is to be used for both fire and police. Generally speaking, my budget is only $300,000 a year for recruitment for both departments. We did increase it. There was a one-time increase this year of another $200,000, but it was a one-time thing. I certainly did ask it to continue that. But also Chief Moore has been a great partner, and also as Chief Choi talked about, in transferring money to the personnel department so that we're sort of all working together to achieve the same goals. And so, I mean, I know, again, we could probably have a meeting for hours about, recruitment issues and kind of how do we drill down to the candidates, that we believe are the best candidates to serve us in this capacity. But there are so many different elements that we could almost use a strike team for each one of the elements to just work on that one thing. So I know I say a lot of things to kind of still be super broad, but it's really a large scale question.
Well, thank you, Ms. Brown. And like I said, I know that your time is short. I do want to thank you on behalf of the department. I understand that when you came in, there were challenging times, that you worked with the department to help us increase the recruitment, and that you've been a partner in that. And so I do want to thank you on behalf of the department and the commission, because you're making strides in the right direction. In my view, there's a lot more that we need to do. But I do want to say thank you for what you've done so far with the department and partnering with the department. I see that Commissioner Soberoff wants to ask a question, I presume, of you before you
Yes.
go, because I haven't finished my questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Soberoff.
hey, Dana. This is part of my questions, but it sort of pertains, it pertains to you. Years ago and months ago, there were a number of trends, and you've talked about some of them, leading up to what has happened here. It's a national crisis in hiring in law enforcement. That has been responded to by departments, by cities, by governments around the country to help recruitment of officers. Departments have incentives, they have bonuses, they have salaries, and like you say, I believe that that the chief has been helpful to you because you're a critical part of this, and we all need to be helpful to you in gearing up to be able to process. Because if we bring them to the door and then don't service them, why bring them to the door? And the budget numbers that you're talking about, that you have, and the numbers that we have on this slide presentation are very low, to put it politely. But what I want to talk to you about is not the past, but the future, because the trends are changing right now. Because of inflation, because of interest rates, because I don't know how many people notice, but credit card spending is going way up, historically up in the last couple of months. Savings accounts have dropped historically low in the last couple of months. Corporations are making huge numbers of layoffs in the last couple of months. And there's sort of a lag here because unemployment doesn't seem to have been rising. It's still hard to find people to work. But the reality is, in a very short period of time, people are going to be out of government subsidies and looking for work. And these are great jobs, great jobs. They provide, I don't have to go through it. Let Captain McCraney go through that, or any cop that has on his card that says join the LAPD recruitment hotline. I believe that the confluence of what departments around the country are doing by marketing, by their et cetera, and these external factors are going to show that we've bottomed out, that people will start applying to be police officers into law enforcement, laterals, et cetera, again, as a result of all these efforts and as a result of all of these global economic messes that are going on. And I'm worried that when that happens, that you guys in the personnel department are underfunded to handle it. And my question to you is, what can we do? We've got new leadership. We've got a city council. We've got new council. What can we do to make sure that you are prepared? Because again, I believe there is a distinct possibility that these numbers are going to start changing. And if we can't service these applicants as customers in a competitive way compared to other departments, we're going to lose them. We're going to lose the diversity. We're going to lose the candidates, and we're going to lose the safety. And I believe that your department is gonna need the help if that happens. And you don't have to answer me right now, but I think you guys should be ready for it. And I think you should show it in your future budgets, because we have enough issues without treating every applicant like a customer, because all these other cities are. So I want to offer that help to you and ask you to keep it at the top of your mind.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, sir. And I just want to assure this board that the budget package that was submitted by the personnel department for the upcoming fiscal year absolutely takes police hiring into consideration as one of the top priorities of next year's efforts. And also, to Commissioner Briggs, I do appreciate the opportunity to address this board. I appreciate the comments that you made about, my commitment to servicing the police department as my client. And, as I say, every time I get an opportunity to talk to your members, I always say that, of all of these 35 years of service that I've had, I spent a number of them in the Los Angeles Police Department. And as such, not only do I have a special love for the department, I also understand some of the struggles, that you face with staffing, and with, just the general ability to serve the community in the way that they deserve to be served. So I am committed to doing that, to helping that. I appreciate the support of Commissioner Soboroff. I will continue to work with the Chief of Police to find out how we can continue to partner and use the resources that are afforded to us. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope to, continue to work closely with this board to staff the police department in the way that it needs to and should be staffed. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. At this time, I have questions for, I guess it would be Mr. Thompson and Mr. Burnett of Sensei before I turn it over to some of the other commissioners. So I understand we had these budgeted amounts of money that have been spent on marketing. And what I keep coming back to the department is, okay, we've spent some money on marketing. In a normal business, there's something that's called return on investment. So if we've spent X amount of dollars on marketing, what have those dollars achieved? In other words, can we pinpoint the number of recruits that we've obtained as a result of our marketing efforts and where those recruits are coming from? So for example, if we advertise on social media, can we pinpoint the number of recruits that we're gathering from social media? If we advertise in a magazine, can we pinpoint the number of recruits that we're taking from that magazine? Where are we getting the best bang for our buck in this challenging climate that that's being faced nationally by all law enforcement? Can either one of you gentlemen answer that question for me?
Yes, sir. I can give you a broad answer. My colleague Andrew can speak much more to the details of how the digital and the other things work. But digital by far, digital outreach, considering the consumption habits, the media consumption habits of the audiences that we're targeting, by far gives us the best return. And it's also trackable. So we can track specifically people who go through a specific process as they come into the funnel, as they click on an ad. It will take them to the depths that we measure along the way to follow, to kind of see where the attrition is, and to find out exactly what type of dollars are being spent per person that actually makes the conversion or does the measure that we're looking at. And I'm not sure, I know we shared some numbers with Kathy McCraney about the current campaign that we are running, the one that the Chief Choi mentioned. And I think, Andrew, could you share some of that information with Commissioner Briggs?
Sure, yeah. So you asked some very good questions, and that is what everybody always wants to know. As Dallas has said, for digital, a lot of times we can. We can track things directly, but in the case of with the LAPD and the process is a 7-step process, and there are steps that go in. We can essentially track when somebody enters it. I believe that we, and with coordination with the personnel department, could set it up so that we could actually track all the way to the end, so that at the end of the day, you would know, oh, this person who is now entering the academy actually clicked on this ad. So we know our money was well spent, that got that person all the way through the process. So that is possible to do. It's not implemented. Again, this process for the campaign that we're running is kind of started very fast. So there is some things that we can do that don't cost significant amount. It's just some coordination and some talking and getting some things done. We also, in terms of like social media and some other advertisement, yes, there's some tracking that can be done that we can probably improve implementation on. We are only running one aspect of the campaign. And so that's something that we set it up to be able to track, but there's some improvement there. In terms of numbers though, what I do know is that getting people to enroll into the process to actually create an account on MyPD, which is the very beginning of it, that cost with what we spent through November 30th is about $150 per person. That actually rolling from everything we spent to actually get enrolled in that process. Now, what percentage made it all the way through, had the psychological evaluation, etc. I don't know. Estimates are, from what I've heard, are somewhere in between the 20 to 25%. That might be too high, might be too low. I don't know that number with all certainty. But given that if it's somewhere around, say, 20%, we're looking still at somewhere around $800 or so, $800, $900 per person. To put that in perspective, there's some data I've recently read from a nonprofit, RDL, I think the name of it is, that talked about what the cost to enroll a student into a university is. For a public funded university, state university, it's somewhere around $500 per student. For a private university like USC, it's somewhere around $2,500 per student. For the US Army, it's somewhere around $15,000 per recruit. So, so just to put those numbers in perspective, $900 doesn't sound terrible in terms of what it costs to get somebody ready to go into the academy, should they choose. So that's sort of what our return on investment kind of looks like right now, but that's just our particular piece, and all these pieces work together. So, you know, your other department they're running the Facebook, they're running paid search. There's also the television, radio, other advertising. All of these things sort of coordinate with each other. They all kind of interact with each other. So your total bottom line is probably lower than the numbers I quoted you, because everything is sort of interacting and enhancing each one. People are seeing these things throughout all these different avenues.
And sir, one thing to add to that is that the person that Andrew is able to track is the person who sits down and kind of does all of the points that we can measure kind of in one sitting. So the person who kind of starts it and then comes back to it, we can't track that person. We can only track the people who go all the way through. And as these campaigns run, we started in September, they become much more efficient. They become much more targeted, because as we gather more information and more data, our targeting gets better. Our ability to reduce attrition at each step along the digital process also gets better. So the numbers that Andrew shared is kind of the snapshot of what we've seen in this most recent campaign, but it is a very, very limited campaign. It is just about conversion. So it's looking at people who have specific characteristics that they demonstrate online.
And we know that those are the types of people that have been visiting mypd.com. So that kind of drives our targeting. So to along with it, answer your question was, digital by far gives us the best return on investment, our ability to track what our dollars are actually buying.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have additional questions, one in particular for Dr. Kokenda, but I'm going to wait at this time and pass it on to other commissioners. So I'll start with you, Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you for the presentations to everyone in the department. I have a lot of questions, not necessarily in particular organized fashion, as I've been trying to take notes. Captain McCraney, I think I have hopefully a very quick question for you, just to gain clarity on something you said. I believe you said when you went through the hiring process and the 7 steps, that in 2 of the 7 steps, women fared more poorly than men, and in 2 of the 7 steps, men fared more poorly than women. And I think you said you were looking into the causation of that, but I wanted to be sure it was in the 4 different areas, both where men fared more poorly and where women did as well. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that's exactly what we're looking to do. We want to actually go through each 7 steps. We want to prioritize, and we're focused on women right now. So we wanted to see what was the causes for why women were not performing as well in those 2 areas, which was the psych evaluation and also multiple choice tests. But we are also equally as interested as how is it that women are performing better in these other areas, and what can we learn there? So yes, we want to take a holistic approach on that.
Because it obviously the testing should fare, gender wise, it should play equally fair to everyone involved. So I just wanted to be sure of that. So thank you, Captain. I just wanted to get that clarity. So I guess what I'm most concerned about, and I'm not sure if this goes to the department or to the marketing folks, but there is an effort, obviously, this year to fill over 700 seats, something that's never been achieved since, well, I'm not sure if it's ever been achieved, but certainly not since the last recession, I believe. And I'm not clear, I hear the different components, but I'm not quite sure what the comprehensive marketing strategy is to fill all those seats and to fill them with more women than in the past, more minority representation in the past. I just don't quite understand the overall strategy. I understand the component parts. I'm not clear, and based on Commissioner Briggs' prior question, that we understand what was successful in the past and what we should repeat for the future, or where the best bang for the buck really is. So I'm wondering if someone could, at least at a high level, explain the comprehensive strategy in filling those seats, number one, and then filling them with more women and minorities than previously.
So I think I could start, and then Andrew or Dallas, maybe you can jump in and compliment what I say or correct what I say if necessary. So the overall marketing strategy is to use, I'll use the word mass advertising, but as Andrew said earlier, that campaign right now is very limited. And I don't want to get into all the details, but the budget that was provided to Census is very small. That's why we asked for more money to do more marketing. However, there's mass marketing to a targeted group of individuals that are interested or that are characterized as frequenting our web pages. So that's the target market, I believe, in the age group of 21 to 35 approximately. Those individuals get repeated exposures to My LAPD or Joint LAPD advertisements, and after multiple exposures, those individuals will eventually come to that web page, or they're going to, there's other things that personnel's department, like the print advertising and other digital, those things are advertising our events that we're hosting, that Red is hosting. The swim stadium event that we had, the in-person recruiting and hiring seminars, pocket tests. So all these individuals that are seeing these advertisements the hope is that they get pushed to these events, either our website to create an account or to these in-person events where our red personnel can meet them and shepherd them through the process, if you will. Now, I think Andrew can talk about this, but the most recent campaign, September 19th through current, we've shown an increase in the diversity, targeted diversity groups applying for these tests and coming in. Now, again, as Andrew said, moving through the 7-step hiring process is still, we're still looking at that. But as far as who's taking the test, we've seen an increase in those demographics. However, and that's why I say in our plan, we need more money to increase or broaden that marketing strategy. So more people are pushed to the website, to these hiring events, and then ultimately being put into the 7-step hiring process to hopefully be successful in the academy. And that's the overall plan. Andrew, do you have any specifics on?
I think I get it. I think I get it. It's okay. And I want to be, Chief, was that you?
Well, when you get a moment, I'd like to frame this a bit.
Go ahead.
On an overall plan. It is, if I could, this is a mass marketing, but also outreach. And the marketing is both for all qualified applicants, regardless of diversity, gender makeup and so forth, but on also recognizing our desire for diversity and equity and to improve on representation of women, African Americans, and AAPI ethnicities, is that we target marketing as well. Then outreach activities are beyond social media, beyond television, radio, print ads. The outreach activities are classified in the report beginning on page 5 and moving through there, where you look at supportive outreach activities that go to the candidate advancement program, hiring seminars, fit for hire, interview preparation seminars. These are part of our outreach and engagement to, once we gather or bring attention, we gain the attention of someone who's interested in becoming a member of this organization, is that we have outreach and engagement activities that's supportive so that they are successful in their ambition. So it may take 7 times, and we've got to touch them in order for them to become even interested in the Los Angeles Police Department. But what are these, when you talk about a strategy, what are our strategies to retain their attention and to see them successful in their ambition to coming into the academy? And each of these programs that are listed here, many of them existed for years, but others, such as the affinity mentoring groups, are newer, as well as we look to the military program with their working with the military program, so that people, as they're exiting the military the last 6 months, they can spend an awareness like an internship here. But we also, lastly, have, and importantly, overcoming hurdles, obstacles such as housing, such as a signing bonus, to remain competitive from wages and compensation. So our overall strategy is to attract qualified, diverse workforce that's representative of the communities of Los Angeles, to do it in a marketing effort that is both broad, so that every applicant, every individual across this region, across this country that desires to be coming into this organization can do so, but with learning through our history of the last 30 and 40 years that we need certain supportive outreach and engagement and supportive activities so that the qualified applicants reach the academy chair in the numbers that we desire and in the diversity and representation that we need, critical to our success as a department. So that's the broadest range, and one of the more challenging employment environments.
Right. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to switch gears because I'm sure some of my colleagues, and I'm mindful of the time, and that they have questions too, and I'm guessing also on the recruitment side. So I'll see if my other questions are asked there. I do have questions on the report on gender diversity for Director Rhodes and Commander Flores. Thank you for the report and the presentation. I do appreciate it. And while I'm not trying to parse words, I'm going to parse words a little bit just to give you fair warning. So in the report, it said that there are concerted efforts to hire more women. But I think for the time period that you're presenting, it seems during the pandemic, I mean, there was a marketing freeze on those concerted efforts, and there was also at various points in time, a pandemic hiring freeze that definitely put hiring behind, certainly. So my question is, was it really concerted, successful hiring efforts that brought more women in the door, as your numbers reflect, or was it that after the freeze, there were a lot of women on the list and they were just selected to go forward and became very, a higher percentage than usual of the hires?
So, Commissioner Decker, the report that we did was a snapshot of just who is in the department at that time. But we did note, and we are making a concerted effort on the 30 by 30 initiative. And we did note that, as of July 31st, 27% of the police officer ones were women, which is significantly closer to 30% than most agencies. But I don't have information about the exact reason that we are so successful, but we do believe that we, in really targeting women, in having a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer who is Commander Flores, and in having a women's coordinator, Commander Cortez, we are significantly developing a department that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, and a place for women to come, and a place for a lot of different.
I understand that, and I do appreciate that, Ms. Rhodes. As I said, I'm actually not trying to parse words, but where I'm going, but I recognize I am. So, but I was struck by the statement that, for example, recently, and this is on page 1 of your report, the department has made concerted effort to hire more women, as reflected in the rank of police officer 1, which, as noted here, on July 31st, 27%, which of course is terrific. However, what I'm trying to get at and related to the recruitment side is, if there were concerted efforts that were successful in bringing 27% through the door and to become P1s, I certainly want to know about it. And I think recruitment and the marketing people need to know about what got us to the 27%, as opposed to there was a hiring freeze, there were women on the list, there were men on the list, lots of people, waiting. And then when the hiring started, a lot more women were either at the top of the list or made it through faster. But in the process, there aren't more women waiting as a result of hiring efforts. And I don't know how to evaluate that statement that was made. And that's really where I'm going with that.
So go ahead, Chief Choi.
I'm sorry. So if I can just add to that, Commissioner Decker, you hit the nail on the head when you said, was there a buildup of candidates due to the hiring freeze? That is absolutely true. But however, those candidates over that period of time would have absolutely left and gone to other agencies or pursued other careers if it hadn't been for Red's efforts of this continuous contact, mentoring, having those women CAPS programs, having those women cohorts. Without those activities, part of the overall strategy, we would never have reached that 27%. Absolutely not. So there was definitely a concerted effort to continue to hire and keep these women in the process engaged over this freeze period.
Thank you, Chief Choi. That addresses or explains what was meant, and I appreciate that, because certainly it probably took, particularly during the pandemic, a concerted effort to get people to stay in the system, to stay waiting, not get hired by other agencies or other employment opportunities either. So I do appreciate that the context for that. I do appreciate that. And Chief Choi, maybe this is for you, sir, and after this one, I will turn it, even though I have more questions, I do want to respect my colleagues and let them ask their questions too. But this concept of tracking what is successful, can you tell me what efforts is the department going to undertake to ensure that you, who ultimately are responsible for filling those seats, are evaluating what the efforts are that are actually being successful and not just bringing people in the door, but bringing them through to the academy.
Well,
graduate. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, this is a challenging question because there's no exact answer. However, I think for the recruitment and employment division side, that constant contact, meeting people, and then tracking them as they enter the initial stages of taking the multiple choice test in through the 7-step hiring process, through those same activities of getting people over the physical fitness barriers, getting them through the multiple choice testing, that they are tracking that. On the larger advertising part of that, or who's coming in the door from our advertising, again, I talked about earlier the defined roles and responsibilities from this memorandum of agreement. I don't want to get too into the weeds, but ultimately that delineates that personnel department has a role of tracking that information. We'd like to use our budget to contract independently with a marketing firm where we have direct and real-time access to those efforts. Although we do have access to census's current data and stuff, it's through a process of asking and setting up meetings to get that information. I think the real-time information and the influence that we would have on a marketing firm that we are contracted with one-on-one, we would be able to quickly analyze, adjust, and adapt as these candidates are being tracked. And again, overall, it has to do with the finances, the money available to do this.
Okay, Commissioner Briggs, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner Decker. I think Chief Moore wanted to respond as well.
The continued challenges, what's not been addressed here is, and I want to address, is that the diversity of our applicants continues to give us a challenge. And what I mean by that is, for instance, we've seen an increase in these last few months with the number of people completing the personal history statement, a 29% increase from the same period last year, which speaks to Commissioner Soberoff's point that perhaps the employment market and the state of the economy and other factors may drive, increase the readiness for people to come into this profession. So we've seen an increase. We also attribute that, frankly, to census and the marketing focus that they've had. But in that 29% increase, the makeup of people who've completed the personal history statement is only 21% women. And so what we are, our concerted effort is to look at the 21% for the July through November 30th. That's 369 women that have completed a personal history statement. Now, the concerted effort is RED taking those 369 and providing a customer service orientation of mentorship. The affinity groups and others providing nudges and assistance so that those 369, because they're just pure for pure, if they're all treated equally, we're not going to reach our 30 by 30 type goals, or certainly 50% of our academy classes, which has been a commitment that we've had these last 4+ years. And so the effort is, the natural draw is that we're not drawing 50-50 in gender. We also are not drawing the representative classes of more than 20% African Americans. So that's where our targeted possible marketing and outreach needs to deepen the well of those that represent diversity. And while they're doing that, those applicants that step forward, we want to ensure that we don't lose them, because we need to overclock on those individuals to make sure that we are the agency that they choose, rather than the first agency that offers them the job. Because every law enforcement agency in the country is seeking qualified applicants, and certainly included in that is that qualification is their gender and ethnic diversity. So just want to focus that the natural draw doesn't have the concentrations that we would wish for. That's an marketing, that's awareness, building trust. It was referenced earlier in our community, so that those community groups do step forward and join us and desire to be a part of this organization and join us. But once we do have them in the tent, so to speak, that they've completed that personal history statement, we want to make sure that we give them the best customer service so that they can go through. But lastly, and we say this often because people worry about our efforts of this diversity, that we're leaving otherwise qualified candidates behind. Anyone who desires to be a member of this organization who is qualified can begin a process and be in an academy seat within 60 to 90 days. most recent set of academy graduate or academy entrants. The shortest tenures are 2 months. And the average is about 9 to 10 months, which we've got to get better. But every applicant who's qualified, we want, but our marketing and concerted efforts are to ensure that diversity in the pool.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Bonner.
Sure, thank you. I don't have any questions. I have just a couple of comments, and I think it's an observation. First of all, thanks everybody for all of the, I think, very good, thorough information. I agree with the comment, I think it was Chief Choi, when he characterized the overall strategy as sound. Sounds to me that like it is. But the one thing I think that I would recommend, or at least give some thought to, is to make sure that there's appropriate time and resources devoted to keeping in sync with some of the dynamics that are playing out in just the larger labor market and demographics generally. Certainly wouldn't take anybody off in certain important work now, but I'm just saying you've got to figure out some way to do that. And I would just mention two things that I think are somewhat relevant. One is that, there's something going on nationally, but even here in California with the 18 to 25 demographic, for example, where there's a number of those people. I think the number nationally is 6 million people who are a combination of either marginally or just not engaged with the labor market. So they're people who are able-bodied, have some skills, some education, but for whatever reasons, they're not responding to any of those 7 touch points that were mentioned. And it appears that dynamic is much more intense with men than with males than females. So there's something going on there, at least with people who might otherwise be ready to come into the process now, that we need to make sure that we understand. And then the other is longer term. I don't know if anybody can really see the future. Commissioner Sobroff was somewhat optimistic about the tide turning. And what we might see is because of what I just alluded to, that you might see many more females coming through the process than men. And one reason for that is because if you look at the number of women or girls who are completing high school, number of girls who are going to college, completing college, entering the job market, all those numbers, at least as we sit here today, are vastly greater than their male counterparts. And so I just point out that that's a longer term kind of issue to try to understand. Right now we have a lot of equity and other kinds of issues that we need to keep the priority on. But when it comes to this very long and serious effort to try to regrow a police department, I just think that we've got to make sure that somewhere in the process, there's someone who is strategically engaged on these longer term dynamics, so that these strategies that may be well calibrated today can be adjusted appropriately along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions, but I want to say that the second presentation, I was really interested in the second presentation. I feel like I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, and I'm hoping that at some point we can maybe have that discussion again as far as the promotion and where women fall within the department. I appreciate the diagrams and the graphics that show the amount of women per unit or per division. It would be great to see something that shows women in leadership positions, but I will spend time looking at the report, since we just got it on Friday, to be able to ask more specific questions. But so thank you for that. And I think you were going to respond. Somebody was going to respond. Director Rhodes or Commander Flores?
Sure. We, Commissioner Kalanche, either one of us would be happy to talk to you for a longer period of time offline. I know that I went through the slides very quickly, but I would say that the first 2 slides show women in the command staff and just give you an overall picture. And I would also just say that Commander Flores has been very modest. Commander Flores and Commander Cortez are putting together programs, including very engaged in lieutenant to captain and captain to commander, and putting those together. And I'm sure that either one of them would entertain conversation with you and any ideas you have.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. So thank you for that. So back to the recruitment, just a couple of thoughts. I actually went on the Joint LAPD website when I was like listening to the whole conversation. So there's some things that I think that we could do to, I would say, there should be like this long-term strategy, as Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Decker have discussed, because there's a lot of nuances in the recruitment, especially recruitment of women. Nothing on here besides women being in the photographs really stand out as things that women would want to, maybe that would basically want, that women would want for their careers. Like there's no conversations about childcare or other things that would benefit women besides the pictures of women. So I would just think a little bit about that. But the other thing that I think is important is to think about a strategy for recruiting college graduates. So to Commissioner Bonner's point, there seems to be more women graduating from college. And I think this is a wonderful career if they see that there's opportunities besides, the what is traditionally seen as law enforcement, the patrol and kind of the public safety that is seen as in a traditional way versus all the other that I've learned about just being on the commission, all the other wonderful opportunities that the department offers women. So I would say that marketing to women, there's a lot of different ways to kind of appeal to the types of careers that women would want, just something to think about. And especially, for college graduates. And the only other thing that I would add is in working in communities of color, one of the biggest concerns that I hear when, asking if a young person would be interested in joining, one of the things that comes up a lot is, will they go to my neighbors to do the, I guess it's like the field interviews, or I'm not sure what we call them, but I've heard that a lot. Like they're going to go to my neighbors and my neighbors are going to find out that I'm trying to join LAPD. And I feel like that's either whether it's myth or reality, that's something that comes up a lot, that you don't want your neighbors knowing what you're, especially like if you live in a community where maybe public safety is an issue. So those are the things that I would say to, that, are brought up to me and that are important to me. But I feel like there's a strategy, a long-term strategy would benefit the department in thinking about, who we're targeting versus the traditional, candidates. But I feel like there's just a lot of nuances that need to be discussed. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. Commissioner Soboroff. You're on mute, Commissioner Soboroff.
Yeah, one of the slides haunts me, but I think there's a quick answer to it. What is the fiscal year? It's not a calendar year. What's a fiscal? I mean, there was a slide that showed 720.
July 1st through June 30th.
Okay, so when you're saying they're 200 and some to date, that would be July, August, September, October, November. It's 5 months. Okay, it's still, but it's a little bit below what it was last time. It wasn't as bad as it looked on the slide.
Correct.
Okay. Second of all, nobody gets asked more about a career as a cop than a cop. 10 years ago when I started, or 9.5 years ago when I started, I would ask cops left and right. Do you tell your friends? Do you tell your neighbors? What do you tell your relatives, cousins? Would you want your kid to do it? And it was in the 70s or in the 80s. Now the answer to that question is probably in the teens. It's much lower. I think that's starting to come back up. And my question is, what does a department do to train cops to be recruiters? What are the questions that cops are asked the most? And are they trained to say, hey, if they got to say what they believe, but hey, there's an easy way to do this, just go online and do it, or etc. marketing is great and everything else, but you have a serious base of people working for this department that can be fantastic recruiters. Some of them can, and if only 1,000 of them are, then that's 1,000. What are we doing to nurture that?
I think I'll ask Captain McCray to answer some of the basic training we're doing with our red personnel and affinity groups, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, so I think what we're working towards is having the whole department to be the force multiplier regarding getting the messaging out. One technique that we've utilized, we have what we call recruitment cards that we had just ordered a very large batch that we're going to distribute to all the patrol divisions so they can hand out cards to people they see on the street or people they know who would make good police officers. In addition to that, Chief Moore mentioned earlier, we have put together our affinity groups, which are all members of the department, to have them reach out to their sphere of influence to bring candidates to the department. So I think historically, traditionally, it's all been on recruitment and employment division to do the messaging and make the contact with the candidates. And I think now we're looking more towards utilizing the resources of the whole department to get everyone involved in our recruitment efforts.
Good, Chief. Can you give a quick one on that too?
So in the most basic form, we're now encouraging officers, employees, and former employees of the city to recruit, and there's a financial incentive. But it really, that's really an emergency type method that we actually utilized about 15 years ago in our last time that we were in our efforts to build an organization. It comes down to the morale of the organization. It comes down to the treatment of officers and how they feel about the organization and whether they feel this is a department that they would vouch and encourage others to join. And certainly we have anecdotal information from some parents that they still desire to see their young people, your young ones, the most valuable people in their life, join this organization. Certainly every 4 weeks during the academy, I get to see a number of those relatives who proudly stand there with their young recruit. But I also know I have other members that I've talked to, again, as I move around the city, that say, no, this is not the profession or this department at this time. I can't make in good conscience that recommendation. And then I ask them why. And we explore that. And some of it is a feeling of they've gone through the pandemic. They've seen a very challenging time emotionally for us as a city, as a country. And it's kind of the hangover, if you will, that all of us have had during a very tumultuous part of our existence in these last few years. And they describe a portion of that feeling as a result of because they're a police officer and they don't wish for that for that next generation of cop. And we talk through that to normalize that feeling exists not just within this profession, but that's something that's natural and you can anticipate and should anticipate, and not to cast of what they describe as a department consequence and to stop that person from joining the profession. Lastly, though, and this is something I speak with Mayor-elect Bass, and I know Mayor Garcetti has been supportive, rebuilding this organization so that it's properly trained, properly staffed, properly equipped, that the equipment that they have is serviceable and in good shape, that the training that they have is top notch, and that the staffing and the treatment and compensation and the manner in which we treat each other internally is fair and reasonable, is the best promotion to promote the next generation to come in this organization. And that's an initiative also within our organization, is how do we treat each other? How are we ensuring fairness and equity? I met just this morning with the league relative to our disciplinary system and efforts to continue to work and strive to ensure both accountability, but also a fairness and a sense that people, if they make a mistake, that they'll be treated fairly.
Thank you very much. Good. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Sobrop. Dr. Kokenda, I promised to come back to you and thank you for sitting patiently by. In the briefing by Chief Choi and Captain McRaney, they pointed to the chart of the 7 steps. And as Commissioner Decker alluded to during her questioning, there were 2 areas where it appeared that the female candidates scored less than the male counterparts. One happened to be the psych eval, and the other was the multi-choice examinations. Can you speak to that for a moment, please, and provide us with any insight into that as to the reasoning, if you know it at this time?
Sure, of course. Thank you for having me. One thing that's actually very interesting is prior to 2020, that was not the case. Females outperformed males at psych for years. Then once 2020 came, there was a sudden shift. And that's actually a number that it's sticking around a bit surprised me because I was so used to females doing quite well here. But I think we're looking at a few different things with that. One, a lot of our female candidates come in with children or hoping to have children soon. We all know 2020 impacted childcare and impacted women at a greater rate than men. It's a national trend with the workforce. I do believe that has affected who we've seen come through this process. A lot of women are seeking out sort of more flexible job opportunities, and that's something that we don't have in police work. So that in itself, I think, is one of the challenges. It's taken away, we've seen less of our traditional female candidates who have wanted to get into law enforcement for a long time, have had like employment and a lot of good information that helps them be successful here at psych. We've had a number of candidates come through who, you know, have mentioned, I was really struggling. I wasn't sure if I was going to go through with the process. I've had childcare issues or my kids were home from school, and I realized that's going to be a challenge moving forward in this career, but I've decided to do it anyway. So even if we lose just like a little percentage of our typical female candidate who is kind of more of a straightforward pass at psych, that's going to impact our numbers greatly because the number of women we see is significantly smaller than the number of men. Another national trend that I think has impacted us here is just overall mental health in the nation. Mental health has been a big struggle. We've seen a much higher percentage of candidates coming through with mental health treatment, and quite recently. That in itself is not disqualifying, but we really have to deep dive into those records, see what was going on. You know, we love seeing candidates who reach out for help when they need support. That makes us feel better in the long run, that instead of getting into a pattern of unhealthy coping, they're going to reach out sooner rather than later. That's a healthier candidate. However, there are some things that are not going to meet post standards, no matter, you know, if they're recent things like recent suicide attempts or close to suicide attempts. We've seen a lot of that lately, and that's come up in women and men, but there's definitely, it has impacted the pass rate of women. We have quite serious mental health concerns that don't, you know, these don't come out earlier in the process. This is information that the candidates may look really qualified on paper, and in a lot of ways they are. But then when they reach us, and we're unfortunately, you know, not unfortunately, but we are at the end of the process. So by the time those candidates reach us here at psych, this additional and quite serious information comes out, and then unfortunately they don't pass. So I think what has impacted us enough to make a shift in the numbers over the last few years is really what we're seeing across the nation between women and the impact of, you know, working conditions with childcare and other concerns, as well as the sort of, I don't want to say deteriorating mental health of the nation, but quite frankly, that's something that's a national trend as well.
Thank you, Doctor. I want to thank all of you for this very illuminating presentation. I do want to remind everyone, however, that at the beginning of this year, and I just went back and looked at the numbers, at the very beginning of this year, at least when the chief gave his report in January 11th of this year, our sworn personnel stood at 9,524 sworn officers. Today it was reported we're down to 9,226 officers. That's approximately 300 officers that we've lost, that we haven't replaced, no matter with the academy sizes that we have. So our city faces grave challenges, I believe, as it pertains to staffing the department with sworn personnel. So each of you are instrumental in helping us meet the needs and the challenges that we've set out and the goals that we've sent over to both the mayor and the city council with respect to the recruitment of just 700 somewhat personnel that we're asking for. It's going to be a huge lift to get to the numbers that we should be at. But I want to encourage all of you to please meet this challenge, because it's definitely something that our city needs. But I want to thank you all for the presentation today. It was quite educational. It helped us put things into perspective. I think we know where we need to go and how we're going to get there. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day.
And at this time, we're going to go to item 4C on the agenda.
Mr. President, you need to take action on votes on A and B.
Sorry, then I move we approve the department's reports on A and B. For A and B, is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to items 4C on the department's report with regard to categorical use of force investigations. And I believe Director Rhodes will stay with us.
Yes, that is correct. And I believe that Captain Muniz and Captain Garbaldo are also here, Force Investigation Unit and Division and Media Relations Division. Can everyone see this slide?
Yes.
Okay, so I will just briefly go over Senate Bill 1268 and Assembly Bill 2761 and the change in the policy. So this is about notification to next of kin of a deceased person. Specifically, pursuant to these bills, the department shall now post particular information on its public website within 10 calendar days of an in-custody death in a department jail facility. It'll also be required to notification to a parent or guardian with these factors: the contact information for the law enforcement agency involved, which of course would be us, the division records and the number referencing the investigation, a list of personal effects, and information regarding the status of the investigation. When a person who is in custody dies, the department shall post these specific things. And then if any of the above information changes, the manner and means of death, etc., FID shall notify Media Relations Division of the changes within 15 calendar days, and Media Relations Division shall update the posting within 30 calendar days. That's all pursuant to statute. And then finally, if the department seeks to notify the next of kin, and is unable to notify them within 10 calendar days of the death, there shall be given additional time. That's also in the statute. And so this new policy basically just makes clear what was in the new law that was passed in August and September. And you can take the slide down now. If anyone has any questions for me about the policy or potentially how it will be implemented, we are here for any questions.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Actually, I have a quick question. Are we doing this already, or is it something that we're going to start doing once it's adopted?
Commissioner Clanche, I can answer that. Actually, it's been on the website. We've been posting in custody deaths since 2006. So the department has been posting them. The format has changed over time and evolved. The current procedure will be only slightly modified in that we populate information from FID So to answer to your question, yes, we've been doing it for some time, and largely the structure and the process is already in place.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I move we adopt the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Tiefenk with respect to in-person meeting rules.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, before you are updated rules for public attendance and participation at meetings of the Board of Police Commissioners, anticipating a return to in-person meetings. The rules were revised and updated with the assistance of Mr. De La Guerra and the Office of the City Attorney, and they conform with the Ralph M. Brown Act for open meeting laws. The major change to the rules from what we've had in the past deal with the area of public comment. Public comment format now will be under these new rules, if you adopt them, would be the same as you have now while we're doing our remote virtual meetings. Public comment will be taken at the start of the meeting following the Chief of Police. Public will be allowed to speak on public agenda items up to 2 minutes, and then 1 additional minute for general public comment for a total of 3 minutes. Additionally, we have configured the commission room to be able to do Channel 35, which is the tape delay of our commission meetings, which is posted on our YouTube and office, I'm sorry, on the commission website. And then also we will be able to have Zoom capability. So the meeting will be done via Zoom at the same time it is being tape delayed. So with that, we would be able to, if the commission so desired, to split public comment between half of the people that are in the room, public comment, and half people calling in virtually, either via phone or via Zoom, and for a total of 45 minutes. And those are pretty much the changes to the rules as far as decorum, et cetera. They follow what we've had in the past as to requirements for individuals attending the room, speaking at the podium when their time is completed to take a seat. All individuals attending the meeting must be seated. People can videotape from their seat as long as they are not disturbing the rest of the meeting. No signs or posters held up blocking the view of cameras in the back from the media or from Channel 35. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about the particulars in the rules as proposed.
Commissioner Soboroff.
Yeah, the one thing is this repetition, and I think it can be easily misinterpreted the way it's written, to where, oh, somebody else has already brought up the fact that they're happy with something or unhappy with something. Can you go over the concept of what you're talking about on repetition? Sure. And maybe it needs definition redefining, or maybe it doesn't.
The intent here is for the individual speaker, not for the total number of speakers. It's the individual speaker. So this would be a speaker that gets up and says the same thing, one word after another.
I see.
The repetitions of the same statement in their total of 3 minutes. That's a repetitious comments. It's not about each speaker getting up and saying a similar type comment.
Okay, so do you think that language, Mr. Tiefenk, or the city attorney, do you think that could be modified to make it clearer, because it was?
Absolutely.
Okay, I thought it was confusing.
Yeah, it is based on a case law, and I can go back to that and try to use the case language.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions from the commissioners?
If I may, Mr. President, we can bring it back at a subsequent meeting, or if you would allow the city attorney to make the appropriate amendment based on case law.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Bring it back again. That's
I don't want to bring it back.
Yeah, I prefer for the city attorney to make the appropriate change consistent with case law rather than bring it back. Commissioner Bonner, did you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of questions. And by the way, on that first point, one thought also would be to kind of get through the conversation and make a determination based on any other questions that might come up as to whether it needs to come back or not. So that's just one suggestion. The first question is, broadly speaking, are we taking this up now because we're preparing to come back, into in-person meetings? I'm just observing. I know we have been making these determinations and, in every several meetings, and we're kind of going into a surge environment now. So be helpful just to understand the context of what it is we're preparing for and why we're taking this up today.
Sure. The governor's emergency proclamation is due to expire in February. So the ability to have virtual meetings as we've had would go away unless he extends that emergency proclamation. So this is just anticipation of getting ready after the first of the year to go live.
Got it. Okay. And then with regard to, this is, I think in the section 4D, and I'm looking at you, so I don't have it up in front of me right now, but this is in regards to I think there's some discretion to make some determinations around electronic participation. And the question is that something that's anticipated kind of meeting by meeting or on the spot or something else?
It would be the staff's anticipation based on the board's concurrence that we would have the capability of in-person comment as well as Zoom or phone call-in availability at every meeting.
But so at every meeting that you'd have that capability, and therefore every meeting would involve some combination of participation in person and electronic?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
our intention.
Right. And then would that, in that regard, would that be one followed by the other? In other words, would you take the comment cards in the room? I understand the idea would be to split the time, to do some allocation of the time. But in terms of not knowing how many comment cards you might have or how many people on the phone, what is the thought about whether that would be letting all the people go in the room first and then any on the phone, or would it be back and forth, or what's the thought about how that would be handled?
The recommendation would be that we would take the speaker cards, from the speaker cards, take those in the room. So if we have 45 minutes, split that in half and then go to the queue for the Zoom calls or the telephone in calls. The board secretary would be able to see what that is. Clearly, we would probably have in most meetings more people that want to communicate, just as we do today, than we have time available.
Okay, and then there was a mention at the beginning of the discussion in terms of the consultation with the city attorney to ensure compliance with the Brown Act and so on. Is there, can you give us any sense as to whether what's being proposed, how it compares to any other model? I'm not asking for a long side-by-side comparison or something like that. What I'm wondering is, is this a proposal that's based on any other particular model, whether it's the council or other boards and commissions? Just to be helpful to understand whether what we're proposing to do is very much in line, maybe a slight variation, or potentially way afar from what other similarly situated boards and commissions might be doing.
If you're speaking to having the combination of in-person public comment and virtual public comment, that is becoming the standard in local government. And the purpose of that, through the pandemic, when public bodies were not able to meet, the virtual access gave the public far greater access to meetings. And this is to not shut that access out. It's an effort to encourage that public access through using technology, as well as still having public access for those that come into the room. So I think we're keeping up with the current standard, and in some ways, probably going to be leading the pack for meetings of our type through the city.
And how would you answer that same question relative to the 45-minute time limit and taking all the public comment up front?
I would just say since March 10th of 2020, you've been doing it this way. And I think that, that has become the norm. This has been a time that the commission has utilized. If you wanted to change that time, you could change that time. I think that different bodies have different regulations on what they take for public comment. And some entities will have 3 minutes for general public comment, 3 minutes per item. I've seen a variety of different ways that they are done. But I think for the purpose of what we accomplish, it appears to be working, and it can certainly be modified at any time by the board.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And at least in my own opinion, I would certainly welcome other, thoughts of others. But one is, I still would like to And in particular, as I believe, more, as you say, with the order expiring and so on, that more coming back in, I could benefit from understanding, a little more as to what we're proposing to do. Now, this is a different commission, different kinds of issues, and there's a lot of factors, considerations, but it's still just, I think, could benefit from the assurance that what we're doing is, even if it were way different, but we were saying, yeah, we're taking something dramatically different and we're just showing, we're going to do a way out front and it's just really appropriate. Okay, that would be good to know. Or it would be good to know if we're saying that, hey, the rules for public bodies generally have changed. Here's 3 approaches we see, and we're following generally approach A, B, or C, or it might be, a combination of whatever it is. I'm just saying that to me, I could benefit from understanding that a little bit better. And if we're going to go ahead and vote and approve this today, the other thing that I would just would appreciate hearing some view on really is what is our willingness to revisit this, sometime earlier in the year once we get back. I'm just noting that we haven't been in a room for almost 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, so to speak. And so I think it might be unrealistic for us to think that we'll show up, without having been in the room that kind of time, that we'll show up there with a set of rules, having nailed it right at the beginning, and we're off the races. I think at a minimum, we've got to see ourselves moving ourselves, back in that direction and be decidedly willing to revisit some adjustments to this if they prove to be necessary when we're in the real situation. That's what I had. So I don't know. Again,
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soboroff, I see that you had your mic open. Do you have any comments?
I agree completely with Commissioner Bonner. I mean, I can bring up a couple of hypotheticals. When you have a 45-minute limit, if there is a disruption, and that disruption, because there have been disruptions in many of the last meetings, does the clock continue to tick during that 45 minutes if there's a disruption? Also, just one more, and I'm not asking for the answers, but I'm just saying these are the kinds of things that are going to come up. When we're doing it the way we're doing it now, it's extremely efficient. You go from one speaker to the next speaker. You don't have people, and I see you covered this, the people immediately going, does the 45 minutes, is it 45 minutes of speakers or is it 45 minutes of time? So these are the kinds of things that I think need to be clarified. I think the intent is
Commissioner Soboroff, to that point, the intent was 45 minutes of time, the same way it is now.
Okay. If that happens and then there are disruptions, or if people, it's going to take between speakers, it's going to take longer because they're going to be walking to the podium unless they're in line. I just think you have to be just to be aware of that, and see if like Commissioner Bonner says, maybe there need to be some adjustments.
If I could just say, I've staffed these meetings for a long time, and I know at least 3 of you commissioners have been here in the past. Had disruptions. In many ways, you have to manage those as they occur, and you have to be flexible, and you have to, the chair has to take control of the meeting and preside over the meeting. I think the issue of the 45 minutes is intended to be 45 minutes of speaking time. So if we had a disruption in the room, we would stop that time frame, so we would not be taking people's speaking time away while we're dealing with a disruption. And that's been our practice in the past.
Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. And I thank you, colleagues, for this conversation. I think what I would suggest, first of all, I think we have to recognize that once we're back in the room, there are going to have to be adjustments made just based on circumstances, reality, adjustments that perhaps we're not anticipating. We may think this document is crystal clear, or maybe not. But in practice, I think we have to see how it is in practice and then make adjustments. And I think that's how when I read it, that's how I looked at it. So my recommendation would be to proceed today with the understanding we've asked the city attorney to give clarity to one point on that was alluded to earlier by Commissioner Soboroff. And I think we have to see it in practice when we get back into the room. I mean, as some of you have noted, there's a surge and we just don't know what this means, right? But it'd be good to have a set of rules in anticipation of going back. And then I think the commission will have to evaluate it in light of implementation and practicality and then make changes. At least that would be my recommendation for today in proceeding forward and just noting, you know, in 3 months or 6 months after we return to the commission room, we'll have to reevaluate what's working, what's not working, and make adjustments accordingly. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Kalonche, any comments? This time I move that we approve the executive director's report, understanding that the city attorney is going to modify some of that language with the current case law. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're going to go into closed session at 1 o'clock.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A and 5B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Board Secretary will be with us in just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Tevank. I believe we're just waiting on Commissioner Bonner. Give him a minute. The Board Secretary ready, Mr. Tevank?
I'm ready.
Can you go ahead and read out, please?
Yes, sir. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. Item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 066-21. Commission on a 5-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the Chief of Police, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Police Officer 3, 4 Police Officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 3. Regarding item 5A2, officer involved shooting 067-1, -21. The board adopted the chief's recommendations on a 5-0 vote. Chief's recommendations were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 2, 1 Police Officer 1. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Police Officer 2, 1 Police Officer 1. Lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 2, and 1 Police Officer 1. Related to items 5B, 1 and 2 adjudicated. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tevank. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you next week. Stay safe. Bye.
Bye.